Switch scene is not supported during the initial phase. There we go. Then we made it.
We made it.
8:09. Eventually, we're going to start at 8 o'clock.
At 8, yeah. No, we're here. We're alive.
All right. We've got a comment already.
A comment already? Oh.
First one's going to be Kevin.
Yeah.
He's like, brother, got a surprise for you today.
Kevin is first. Yes.
Got a special treat for you, Kevin, today. We'll wait for everybody to kind of get in here in the room, and maybe about 10 minutes or so, we'll share it with you. I just wanted to continue to wish you well wishes and praying for you as you are dealing with your situation, your family situation, and thoughts are with you. And we're glad to have you here. Very glad.
Very glad.
So here we are. How was your week? We talked a little bit about it earlier today.
It's always a week, man. It's always like a month long.
Yeah, every week is 30 days in a week.
This week was the longest month I've had. I don't know.
I just got that.
Yeah.
This week was the longest month I've ever had.
It's just, I don't know, man. It's like everybody's gone crazy. The world's gone crazy.
It's been a tough week. It's been a very busy week, man. Very busy.
But I'm fortunate and glad that I got to do everything that I did this week. Even the stuff that I didn't want to do.
Oh, I didn't get anything. I still have to change the brakes on my car. I have to change the brakes on my son's car. I have to go to the dump. We talked about that earlier today. I'm doing like some spring cleaning up here in my studio and my attic, and my wife's getting frustrated because there's just 5,000 things on the back deck that are all trash, like boxes of trash, mattresses, you name it.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So I was like, I'm going to the dump today. And then she comes home and it's still there. So I didn't get there. But yeah, I had a bunch of stuff planned and I have not been able to get to it. It's just life, craziness happening. And just, sometimes you just got to stop doing what you want to do and focus on what you need to do. It's been one of those weeks.
Does it not seem like it's been getting crazier and crazier?
Yes. I think it's the summer too. I remember doing a study in college, criminal justice, where it talked about like in the warmer weather, crime and just craziness goes right up through the roof.
Yeah.
Just the heat gets tolerance levels.
Yeah. People
very
get
low.
agitated. That's true. That's true. I don't know. I just feel like everything's getting crazier and crazier. What's he
Yeah.
saying?
And I don't even want to watch the news. Like I can't. That's
Oh,
too much. That's too much stuff going on. It's
he
weird.
said
Oh, yeah,
we're
and
on
we
the
don't
wrong
match.
side.
Hold on. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Now
Ah,
thanks, Kevin.
thanks
Oh
for
my
pointing
goodness.
that out, Kevin.
I was all over the place. And I feel like I'm hotter, louder than Clay. Let me know if I'm way louder or if we're even Steven. If you don't mind,
It's
Kevin.
you know what it is. It's because you're using that mic. Let
I
me
switched.
see.
I
Oh,
switched.
well,
I switched to the Tank 3.
the Tank 3.
Yeah, the K669D, as awesome as it is just not friendly with fan noise.
All right.
And
So
because my air conditioner is still on.
how about this? Does this sound any different?
No, you're good. I just feel like I'm too loud. But when I
I'm
looked at my
trying to
levels,
match you.
I think you're
Good.
good. Or you might need to be bumped up a little bit.
Like my gain?
Just a touch.
I'm just afraid of the
Yeah, and that's the
air
thing.
conditioner.
Same. So I'm trying to
How's that?
You sound great.
Okay, I'm gonna
Like just
leave
a
it
bit
right
louder,
there.
but not enough to matter. Yeah.
Um,
I'll bring mine down just a little bit because that would help also with the air conditioner in the background.
good day. Know you, Joe.
There you go.
How you doing? Did you have a good week? We are still having our week.
Know your Joe. I saw you. We were in the same chat the other day. I can't remember which chat we were in. Was it Bark and Bronson or was it Tom Buck? Tom Buck did like a random out of nowhere
Who,
live
Know Your
stream the other
Joe?
morning.
It
Yeah.
was? Yeah.
Yeah. I remember seeing Know Your Joe in there. We were both in there. Yep. All right. So I turned myself down a little bit. I might have turned myself down too much.
Well, he said it wasn't enough
That's where
to.
we were. We were in Tom Buck's live stream that he was
Yep.
talking about gear, and it quickly shifted to the Insta360 ethics stuff.
Yeah. Yep. That's still an issue, right?
Yes. Still an issue, still going up, but everybody's focusing on the sponsorship parts. And I just like, dude, I still think we need to be talking about the fact that they're trying to make people do biased reviews. Like, forget the sponsorship part.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. The 5-core.
Yeah, that was a good. I thought it did good. Your
It
review
did.
of it sounded good on your voice. Of course, everything sounds good on your voice.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah, the S5 retro mic. It was a nice mic. Loved the look of it. Did not disappoint. Yeah, exactly.
Went
Joe.
by fast.
Way too fast. Actually, Chris, you're not late. We were late. We didn't go on live till 8 minutes ago. So
Chris is just later than we were.
Yeah. Yep. We got Clay and I love to talk, man. We clicked so well that we got on and we ended up talking. And we forgot to go live. We were just talking and we're like, oh, wait a minute. I was like, it's 8:05, man. Maybe we should go live.
Yeah. He's talking about. I'm skipping past the ones that we've already addressed.
You're good.
The look is stellar. It is stellar, man. That is a cool looking mic, and they've got a couple different colors. Kevin's got a cool one. His is all it's black with a blue inset.
Yeah, I like the chrome though.
Me too, man. I was like, it sparkles.
Yeah,
sparkly. It's shiny.
Yeah, we usually start at 8. That's where we try to start. Know your Joe.
Yeah, 8. I mean, it's a very flexible 8.
Yes. We recognize there are internet issues, so we try to start at 8, but sometimes with our schedules, I know Clay, like you get off and then you've got to travel an hour to
Fridays are madness.
Yeah.
Madness.
So you're basically running in the door, high-fiving the wife and telling
that's exactly what I did.
Sit in a corner and go live.
Yep, that's exactly what you see this? He got his tacos.
Oh, he got his tacos today. I wanted to get my baby burritos today. I ended up getting McDonald's. It was
Baby
So I may
burritos.
disappear for a minute or two because that's the first time I've had McDonald's in 2 months, and that's never good.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Well, if you gotta take a break, man, take a
Yeah.
break. We'd
If I
rather you do
disappear
that
for 5
in the
minutes, you know why.
yeah, we'd rather you do that in the WC than right there.
Yeah. Uh,
What's he say? Joe the home and blue. Oh, is he talking about Chrome?
yeah, chrome and blue.
Yeah.
That's what he's probably saying. It's
Yeah,
chrome.
I think there is a Chrome and blue. I have the red and Chrome and red.
Yeah, and
Um,
Chris found
yeah,
one
he corrected
too.
himself. He's like, "Oh yeah, the Chrome and blue."
Chris had found one too. I forgot what it is, but it's about
A different,
$65.
a different one.
Yeah, but it's a heavy, heavy,
It's a
solid metal.
big honking. It looks like a
Yeah.
radiator.
Yeah, and it showed up like because they're always listening through your microphones and through your cameras and all other stuff. I was talking about it, and then I went online, and boom, it was there in my advertisements, and I clicked on it again, and I almost bought it this week. Almost did, but I'm like, I've put myself on a pause because I've got 1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4 things I have to review, and I'm 3 weeks behind. And it's like, man, I got to jump on these. So they're probably not going to be the best quality.
what's he saying? Taco Casa? I don't know that one. It's
Taco
not.
Goodness.
It's
Yeah,
not
that must be a
relative
Texas
to our
thing.
area. Yeah, but it's probably good because everything good is not where you are.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Chris has got a long. Let's
Man, I'm
see.
so glad you're rocking the chats now because
Chris,
my brain is 5,000 places when we first get
that's
started.
okay. Yeah.
I'd be melting down right now.
Chris says he's got the black with the blue insert, but he probably needs to send stage right Memphis blue. That's the one that I think we're talking about.
Yep, that's it. Stage
Yeah.
right, Memphis Blue. Stage right.
Compare it. What's he saying? Oh, he wants to send it to me so I can compare it on my voice
There you go.
and then send it to you so that you can review it also.
Hey, that'd be great.
We'll
Yeah.
just start shipping stuff around
Yeah.
the country.
Speaking of shipping, Chris, your Tank 3 is on the way. I finally made it to the post office yesterday. Dropped it off. It's been in a box ready to ship forever. And then I got to go. I made a special trip just to drop that box off. But we just wanted to say thank you because I was particularly wanted to say thank you because I had an extra one because where we did that giveaway for it and the person ended up being in the United Kingdom. I couldn't ship it there. Fine was awesome and basically said, hey, we'll send it to them directly. You don't have to worry about it. And you
That's
just
great.
give that one away to someone else. And I'm like, well, how about I give it to the very first member of the channel? And Chris was the first one who ever became a member. So I sent you the Tank 3 in the box, never been opened, as a thank you for being the very
Woohoo!
first member of the Level Up channel. So
I
enjoy.
still contemplate getting that one. I don't know. I'm afraid to get it. I've heard it, and I don't. I've just not been as impressed as I am with the 669.
Right. But here's another thing too. Same here. I just love the K6690 as my favorite fine microphone. But I did notice tonight because of my air conditioner being on, and it's a little closer. I used to have one 30 feet away on the other side of my pallet wall on the other end, door open, and I would funnel air in through that doorway. But now I swapped it out, got rid of that, and I got a portable air conditioner that was supposed to be twice as powerful, 10 feet away. But now the motor's closer, so it's a louder hiss, airy sound. So I went with the K6690 when we were talking earlier, and I
Yep.
could hear it in my headphones. So I swapped. I was swatching out microphones about 20 minutes before we went live. I went everywhere from the SM57. I tried the Earthworks SR117, which did the best. But I was like, man, I've already live streamed with that one. I'm trying to do new stuff, different microphone every week. So I bounced around between all these, but I went with the Tank 3, and the Tank 3 does a way better job of knocking down that air conditioner than the K669D. So the Tank
So
3 beats
the
out
Tank
the
3
K6
does.
in
Ah,
room noise.
well, it
Now the
sounds good.
pop filter helped out too. Like it's knocking down some of that airy sound.
Yeah, it sounds good. So
Yeah. I was
maybe I
very
still might
impressed.
do
It
it.
was a pleasant surprise. I was like, "Oh wow, Tank 3 is better at loud rooms handling louder rooms than the K669D.
Taco. It's like Taco Friday. All of a sudden, everybody's getting tacos.
Oh
Chris,
my gosh.
Kevin, you got McDonald's, so you're not
I
part of
know.
the cool
It was
kids.
not. But see, my trick is I don't ever get a burger that's on the menu. I always go in there and get something, the kiosk, and make it completely fresh. Like extra this, take that out, no mustard,
Want to know
extra
what's a good one?
mayonnaise. What?
At McDonald's, ask for the daily double.
The Daily Double.
Not everybody has it. It's not on the menu, but if they have it, they know about it. It's a double cheeseburger
That's what I get.
with real onions, like from the quarter pounder.
Oh.
They put real onions, lettuce, tomato, cheese, mayo, and then like ketchup or whatever.
Yeah, I just got a double cheeseburger, but I added lettuce and tomato and mayonnaise to it and took the mustard off.
Yeah.
I didn't want it to be a grab and pass it down the line and hand it to me. Like I want to make sure this is like something that hasn't been sitting for 20 minutes.
Yeah. No, I got it.
Yeah.
Then there's the Bronco burger.
Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
No, haven't heard that one.
Double cheeseburger. Get a 4-piece nugget. Take 3 of the nuggets. Open the bun. Put those 3 nuggets on top of that double cheeseburger with a little bit of barbecue sauce. That's the Bronco burger.
So, real quick before I forget, because at 8:30 we are going to bring on a guest tonight.
Yes, 6 more minutes.
Paul Feinberg. He said that was perfect. I asked him if he could come on at 8:30 so we could open the show, kind of catch up.
I did watch.
Said that was perfect.
By the way,
did you? Okay, cool.
Yes.
Great. It was great, man. It was really thought provoking as far as stuff you really don't think about YouTube. And he posted a video last week about YouTube saved my life. And I'll let him talk about it in detail, but it really caught my eye because it was a life update for weight loss journey and what he's been doing the past 6 months. So his journey of trying to get in better shape health-wise, he feels has helped his YouTube content creation, his energy level, his attitude, and how we can all get in that trap where we get into YouTube mode and we stop taking care of ourselves. And that can hinder the growth of your channel if you don't take care of yourself. And now he's kind of flipped it. And but yeah, so we're gonna have him come on about 8:30. I'll send him a request. Also tonight we are going to be giving away another Fine microphone. I reached out to him today yesterday just to confirm we're still doing it. They said, "Yep, absolutely." So what we're gonna do is we are going to give away a Fine microphone to somebody that is in the chat tonight. So if you're in the U.S. or no, don't even. Anywhere in the world. If you're watching anywhere in the world, we are going to give away a winner. If you can't stay till the very end, don't worry. The way we're doing it is anybody that's in the chat that makes a comment in the chat section, I'm going to add all the names. I've got the spinny wheel thing that EV Mux gives you, but my wife is sleeping downstairs and I dare not wake her up. I love her and I love my life too much to wake her up from a nap. So she was going to type in the names for me. So I'm just going to write the names down, put it in my pink bucket right here. And I'm going to do it or have my daughter come in and do it. And pull a name out of the bucket again and give it away. And Fine will send the microphone you want. So it's not one that I picked or because last time I've been picking one. Yeah, I've just been picking one and giving it away. And they said, if you want, just have them pick which one they want. Their favorite Fine microphone.
That's really cool.
Yeah. If you win, you tell me you give me your shipping address where they can send it, the microphone you want. I'll send it to them and then they will send it to you. And it does work because 45 Kevin R was one who won it last month and he received it and said, thank you. So
awesome.
It's a door-to-door package.
Hey.
Awesome thing.
Hey, look at.
Oh,
good evening.
Hey, Lori. Hey, dear. I wasn't going to wake you up. I noticed before we went live, you were sleeping on the couch. I'm like, I am not going to wake her up. She looks so peaceful, and I value my life. So tonight is our giveaway. So if you can write down the names of people who are in the chat, and so I can pull a name for a drawing tonight, it would be awesome, Lori.
Pretty please.
Pretty please. Pretty please. Pretty please. I'll cut your grass for you.
Doug, you already do that.
Yeah. All right. Before we bring in Paul, I want to go ahead and play a video for Kevin.
Yes.
So Kevin, Clay had shared with me your situation that you were going through. Didn't give me all the details, but just asked for prayers and
hopefully
thoughts for
Kevin's
you.
okay with me doing that. I just
Yeah,
am
like I said, he
compelled
didn't
to
go into detail. He just said you were
wanna
going
make
through
him
some
feel
family
better.
issues and that you were going some stuff with your dad. And Kevin's been talking to me through chat and Facebook Messenger, I think, letting me know. So with that, I remember that you were a wrestling fan and you liked pro wrestling. So I reached out to someone to pass on some kind words to let you know that we're praying for you. So are we ready to do this? Ready to
We
show it?
are. Yes.
All right, Kevin, this is for you, brother. We might want to get rid of the Lori
Oh.
on the bottom. I love you, Lori, but you got to go. All right. All right, I'm gonna do this.
Reach for the sky.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, here. Hold. I got to do this right. I'm already messing it up. I wish Evie Mux would not play a video as soon as you brought it up. I wish they'd let you play. All right,
You
so
hit play, yeah.
enough said. Kevin, this one's for you. Here we go. It's about a minute and 21 seconds.
Reach for the sky, boy.
We're taking a look at the 38-year-old brother of Jay Briscoe, Mark Briscoe. Mark has been at the side, a blessing of Jay Briscoe since day one here in Ring of Honor. Too young to compete in the initial Ring of Honor event in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I had the privilege of traveling down the roads with Jay and Mark, sharing music, sharing stories about life, love, and family. When we reached the Chattahoochee River, we didn't see a river. We saw a river of light, love, hope, happiness, and peace. Here tonight, and longtime rivals, Jay Lethal go one-on-one. And we'll go to the voice of Ring of Honor right now, Bobby Cruz, for our official proceedings. Mark Briscoe! Like hot! Two! He did it! He did it!
Kevin, praying for you, brother. Love you, man. Keep your head up. You know your dad's in a better place. And that's the blessed assurance, brother. Mm-hmm. Hey, love you. Take care. And thank you so much for the support, man.
So there you go, Kevin. That is from Mark Briscoe, friend of mine, and shared with him that you were going through some stuff and asked if he could just kind of give you some kind words. And he was like, "Oh, absolutely," without hesitation. I just love that guy, man. Great family, man. He's just awesome dude. And he just wanted to say thank you for the support, that you support him, and loves his fans. And dude, that it humbles you when, like, this dude's a celebrity, and I would never know it. Like, I see him all the time. He I'm a pastor at a church. He goes to my church. After he lost his brother, he was going through a very, very difficult time dealing with that loss, and just decided one day to show up at the church I'm a pastor at, and he's dude, that dude is just awesome. He's probably, he is the biggest celebrity in our church, and he acts like the opposite. He's
right.
A very, very humble guy, and I would never know that he's a professional wrestler. I mean, I know he's got the look of it, but he does not at all act like a celebrity. He acts like the bashful kid, and he sits in the back row if he can. He's just,
a lot of the good ones, that's how they are.
Yeah, he's just a genuine dude.
They don't gloat. Yeah,
does not gloat at all. Very humble dude, and he's just, man, whatever it is, he's just awesome dude. So I just happened to see him. I see him every Sunday, and he was in the hallway, and I said, "Hey, Mark, man, come here for a second." And I said, "This guy, guy that is on our podcast every Friday night, just going through some stuff, and I just wondered if you could give him a quick encouragement thing." And he's like, "Oh, absolutely, man," and just, anything else is like, he was ready to do more. It's like,
really cool.
Go ahead, get your kids, get out of here. I don't need them like smashing other kids with chairs in the back room. Yeah. So, anyways, Kevin, that's for you, man. Appreciate you, and great dude, and you're a great guy, and I couldn't think of a better way to just let you know that we're thinking of you. So there you go. Not everybody gets a clip from the Briscoe brothers, man.
Right?
Them boys.
Oh, he said, look, I got to show you these. Some of them, we're going to get lost a little bit on these.
Yeah,
he said,
if you
so
want to run through them,
awesome.
you can real quick.
Then he said, it's dusty in here. Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
A little, someone left the onions in here, man.
Yeah. This is, or you know who this is, Felix.
Yeah, Felix. Yep,
Yeah.
absolutely, from the Mod Squad
Yep.
podcast. Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you guys again for having me on. Appreciate it. Yep.
Yeah, it was fun. Mike, Chris said that's so cool.
Yep.
And the Mod Squad responded to that one as well.
Yeah. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
That is really neat. So yeah, it's 8:33 now.
Yeah. All right.
We
So
are-
I'm going to send him a link while we're catching up on that. I think I would have done that already. All right. I'm going to send him an email. Let's see
This
here.
isn't perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect.
All right. There it is. I am sending him the link now. All right.
How about
so
now?
Yeah. So he just said send him a link when I'm ready. And oh, that just
Which
crashed.
one?
I don't know if it went through or not.
Chris, are you talking about this one? Chris had said, go back and show him his earlier post. Comment says, leave my name out of the drawing.
Yes, I did see that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm assuming that's the one.
Honestly, Chris, there's not. I don't think there's a fine microphone that he doesn't have.
Yeah.
He's like me. If Fine made it, he's got it.
A glutton.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some other ones. They were, we don't have to, I mean, this is going back to the burgers when we were talking about the sandwiches. The gangbang from the secret menu.
My email keeps crashing. I hope he got it.
I don't know what the gangbang is.
Yeah, I used to
Mick
Gangbang.
gangbang.
The Mick game. Yeah, I'm not sure. What is that, like the double quarter pounder, Big Mac, and the all wrapped
Probably.
into one? Oh, yep. There's Paul.
Here you
Didn't
go.
Through. All right.
Alrighty.
All right. Let's see. We're going to add him in here. Hey, Paul's here.
Oh,
Don't hear you. We don't have any audio here.
Yeah, it might help if I unmute it.
there it is. There
All
it is.
right.
How you doing?
Good, man. Just, got a 6-year-old, finally got out of bed, I'm a Lone Ranger this week. My wife's off on a mission trip in Guatemala, so
Oh,
That-
nice.
that's awesome.
here by myself.
That is awesome. So does she go yearly, or is it
This is actually her first time on one since we've been married, and we've been married for like 12 years now, so
gotcha, man?
going on 13 in August. So
Awesome.
Nice.
So how long does she go? Is it for a week or?
she went for an entire week. She went to install some water filters and kind of speak with the families as they do so, because the water over there is terrible. They can't even have, like, she has no ice this whole week. She's got no AC, so she's had like a portable fan, this battery, and took a lot of my battery powers, backups, and took them over there. And so she's been having a great time. She's got a lot of pictures, and she's been sending me, "Hey, can you remove this person out of this picture?" And so it's hilarious. So
Yeah, I go to Jamaica, or I haven't been in a couple of years because of health issues, but I used to go to Jamaica, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's a resort place. What kind of missions is that?" Well, no, it's like the shoreline is where the money's
Yeah.
at.
right.
And then there's just absolute poverty in the mountains. Like people live in the mountains under trees. And
Yeah, she sent me
Scrap
like
metal and
a
stuff.
video of, like, they have where she's staying. There's a huge Starbucks, like, has like outdoor seating and like a nice patio area, and like her dad's like, how can they afford to go to Starbucks? And my wife's like, it's not really for the locals, it's for the people that are coming to visit, you know.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. So we always go down there and try to build a house, or I don't know what exactly she does. Is she like a construction crew or just ministering to?
She is helping install these water filter systems that they are taking it, and then she's just ministering to them as she does it, and helping. They're all kind of helping out with it. So
those will help. They can drink the water then.
Right. They're pretty much going into like families that don't have great water situation and installing it. Actually, one of the stories she said was kind of told me it was a little sad. They went into this family's house. You can tell the mom was single. She had like 4 or 5 kids, and they can tell they were like living on like scraps or nothing. And so they went into her house to install the water filter system. They installed it, talked with her. She was kind of like saying how she's, there's like a random dude sleeping on the couch, and there's kind of a little sketchy there. Well, they came back later to check on the family because they just, had a little connection there. And they caught the mom fully packing up the water system they just had installed. And she was going to just resell it for money.
Sell it? Oh.
Wow.
So they pretty much came back again and brought food for all her kids. But they unpackaged all the food so she couldn't sell it or anything like that,
Yeah.
Now, do you think that's because they can deal with the water? They'd rather have money for other things, or
I guess it was single mom. She just wanted to bring in any money where she could. She said it looked to her like the mom was a prostitute of some sort, because there's always each time they came in there was like a random dude sitting on the bed, and she said that she just rents her bed out for anybody who wants to rent it out, but it always looks like he was a dude. So
yeah,
so
that's what we do that in Jamaica. We go underneath the bridges, and the prostitutes would live under the bridges and then come up and do their business, and then make their money, and then go and stay underneath the bridges. So we would go under the bridges to find them and get them out, and get them plugged into a church, and then build them a house and help them get. And by house, I'm talking like a 7x10 shed that we would live in, but to them it's a mansion. There's no running water. We give them, because they're in the mountains again. So you're finding a plot of land, a spot in the mountainside where and you just kind of lay. We have one team that goes in October and lays down foundation and blocks. And then we come in January and build on top of it. And it's small enough to where we can go in and literally build the house in like a day.
Nice.
Yeah. But like you said, it's just, there's no running water. The way that they run electricity is they just if someone has electricity, they just run electrical wire across open exposed wires across route, and the side of mountain, and water everywhere. And you're just you're afraid to walk and not get electrocuted somewhere.
Get zapped somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy, but it's shocking what you see when you're out there. Very humbling,
Right.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make you appreciate what misery we have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, you got a lot of love. Thank you. Back to the retro review. I love this green, man. Green is like my thing. If Tom Buck's thing was blue, mine's totally green. I'm obsessed with. My mom, as I was growing up, always thought I was obsessed with the color green, and
he's like,
"You're weird. You're a weird dude."
He says I need a color one for the. It might.
I think I've got all the colors except for orange right now. Oh, look, you've got the green
that's
too.
The same top filter that I'm using for this one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I've got the blue here, the purple right behind me. I bought a pink one for my wife.
The toner doesn't fit very well there.
No, it does. Well, it's loose. Everything is loose. Yeah,
it's amazing how well this one fits this.
I know.
Fine Fi. It's like
I love it. The Fine Find is awesome because all the SM7B accessories fit the Fine Find. So
great.
It's
And
awesome.
I am super excited. It's funny you came out with your video on that one you have right now on that white one, and I've been eyeing B&H waiting for it the pre-order to stop and waiting for it to actually ship. And that morning I saw it. I'm like, done. I ordered it, and then I an hour later I saw your video. I'm like, oh. I said I already did the math. The pop filter fit on my Procaster. The Procaster pop filter fit on the Tank 3. So I was like, all right,
Yep.
I'm gonna get this green one for the Tank 3 and make it look just like dead sexy. And
Yeah.
and I'm like, I was gonna do the video. I was like, I'll just wait for my video review of the Tank 3 and use this green monster. That's
I have a
what I was waiting on,
question
and it worked
about
great.
that mic that you got. Did it come with the recessed capsule in the thicker foam like his did?
The newer model, where they did the update, where they
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's
I can see a
it's
gap
a little
in there,
recess.
yeah.
I'm honestly, I think. Let's see. This is a newer model, actually.
Yeah,
because
the old
this
one,
has the
it's
recessed
right up
capsule
against
in
it. There's no gap.
Yeah,
In the older
there's a
one.
gap in this one.
Yeah.
But I still think that the colored pop filter still does sound better because when it
yeah.
reduces explosives a little bit more because you can. It's still there's still a little bit of a gap. Like my thumb, I push my thumb down, and there's still a little bit of a gap between the top of this capsule and this pop filter. So
Yeah.
I think because of the space in there, it just
Yeah.
reduces explosives a
Yeah.
little more. The other
You still
one,
get that 3/4 inch gap to allow your plosives to slow down before hitting that capsule. And I agree. Like the SM7B is such a better sound, even with the newer pop filter. I just take the newer pop filter and throw it on the Shure MV7 because then that's also gives you a 3/4 inch gap on that one. So it's funny that the Shure SM7B pop filter is better on the K688 on Fifine, but yet the Fine is better on the Shure MV7, which is a $250 microphone. It's like y'all need to get this together here.
Know Your Joe. I'm using the K688 right now.
Yeah. If you want to, if you guys have any questions for Paul, if you want to just tell everybody what your YouTube channel is about, because I've watched your channel, and what really catches me is you, in my opinion, you use your YouTube channel the opposite of the mainstream. Like to me, I look at you and your focus is live streaming with videos as your secondary, because it's like every week you got a live stream on there, and it's great stuff. And then you've been sprinkling in the reviews on the side almost.
It's funny that you say that because I haven't done that live stream in a long time. So my friend and I, Kyle Watts, we've been like collaborating on videos for a while. And I mean, I met him when he was like 200 subscribers. And I think at the time I was like 1,000 or something like that. And now he's like 15,000 subscribers. Just blew right by me. And I'm still sitting around 2,000. But, he puts out really good content. Anyway, I was talking to him and I was like, I have this idea for a live stream. Why don't we call it Creator Camp and bring on these like creators? The reason why I call it Creator Camp is because I got to go to one of the first Sony camera camps and I was like obsessed with it. So I like made this like the logo of the stream is even based upon like one of the settings near the dock where I saw like Josh Yo riding around on a one wheel. So I told the guy, hey, add like a guy riding around on one wheel with like a camera in his hand in the top part of the logo. So that's kind of how that logo kind of came to place. And it's funny, when we stopped doing the stream, I think we haven't done it for a year because COVID hit, we got really busy, and then it was really hard to get creators to mark out time in their schedule because the whole stream kind of revolved around bringing on other creators to kind of interview them, and we would go through their channel and find some of their moments, and we play this little game where I gotta try to guess some of the questions based upon some of their channel. Mm-hmm. So, but it was a fun stream. Kyle did a great job of impersonating for the game show host. It was great.
That's great stuff.
But it took a lot of time, so we haven't done it in a while. We were trying to get it back up and running, and when I'd say, I don't know, when Matty Hopoya retired from YouTube and said he was doing something else, his whole new site is Creator Camp. I'm like, I've had a logo and a design for that forever. Now it's like now if I do that stream again, it's gonna be like, oh, you're just
you copied him.
Like, no, I've had it before. He did his thing, but whatever. It's funny how that stuff works. But
But yeah, you've had. I was looking through some of the live streams you did. Like 2 years ago, you had Dunna did it. I can never say that right the first time, but man, he's outstanding.
So I I started on YouTube and I was inspired by DSLR video shooter and I
Yeah.
got a Panasonic
Caleb Pike,
camera
yeah.
and I did that whole thing. I really wanted a Sony A6500 at the time, but it was just way too expensive. So for my budget that I had currently at that time. So I went with a G85 and it had just, terrible autofocus, but the touchscreen app was great. I went to a Sony Alpha event right at the start of a Scott McKenna challenge, and he was like, do a video every day for 30 days. So I'm like, I'm going to do a video every day for 30 days. I started with a few guys. One of the guys in the challenge, his name is Say Park, actually came down and flew down to Orlando to go to the B Alpha event. So we went together. I fell in love with Sony. I'm like, I got to find me a way to get one. One of my friends that came with me to the B Alpha event is like, oh, you want a Sony? He had an Amazon reselling store. He's like, I got this A7 III that I got. I'm having a hard time selling it for whatever reason. I don't know why. I guess the market kind of went down a little bit. He's like, I can't get it for what I want. He's like, do you want this thing? I'll sell it to you for what I paid for it. And it was a great deal. I'm like, okay, I'll take it. I think he might have even taken like $100 or $200 loss on it. So I got one of the A7 III. I started using a Canon FD 28mm lens just to get me started. And then I eventually got my Tamron 28-75, which was my first lens. But I started just doing random, I'm obsessed with gear, so I just did anything and everything camera gear related. Did a lot of stuff on the Panasonic camera while I had it. Then started doing stuff on the Sony camera. Then I think my first brand deal, or I say brand deal, or a company that wanted to send me something was Fine. And it was this, and the video was terrible. I dread watching it, but it was like this USB lav mic where you plug it into your computer, and it's just a lav that you just plug straight in your computer through USB.
Yeah, I forget that they had one of those, and I think they still sell it on the website.
How was it?
It was decent. It wasn't a terrible lav, and I used it for a little bit. And lav mics, I wasn't really into it, but I kind of just like, sure, your first brand comes to you and they want to send you something. You're like, yes, I don't have to buy some of my own money. Okay, all right, great, yeah, send it over. And so that was that. And then I don't know, I just did a bunch of random stuff that I use in my studio. And still now my channel is kind of sprinkled with microphones, camera stuff. I was out today shooting one of my most popular videos on my channel is how to shoot a time lapse with the Sony S&Q mode. And I see that's like one of my top rating videos right now. So I'm like, I'm trying to do another video based upon that. And Freewell sent me some ND filter. And I'm like, I got to do a video for the ND filter. So I'm going to do a video on the ND filter itself. And then I'm going to do like a secondary video with it on how to shoot a time lapse. And obviously for me, one of the biggest things is you got to have an ND filter when you're doing a time lapse because so bright outside and you want to
it's too bright,
fast moving, you got to crank that shutter down to 2 seconds, 1 second, whatever. So you're gonna have a lot of light going in there. So anyway, so I do a lot of random stuff, but I do I have a passion for audio. I'm a musician, so. But anyway, long story short, I started and I was obsessed with all these creators. I mean, I watch way too much YouTube. So, and my thing is, I like to encourage other creators. I want to show the love. I want to encourage people, no matter what their size is, small or big. So, I usually comment on every single video that I watch. Typically, at least I try to. Now that I'm in now I watch a lot of videos in the gym, so I just got to remember to go back and comment on those videos after the fact. But and I haven't been the greatest at that lately, but. I just made everybody knew me like they at the time. I think I had like a yellow, I don't know, hexagon background or something for my YouTube thing, and they were like, "Hey, you're the guy with like the yellow." I went to one of the creator events. I think it's Sony Camera Camp, and they're like, "Oh, you're the guy with the yellow thing." And so I started meeting a lot of these big creators at the first Camera Camp. Built a relationship with them. Went to my first NAB last year, and pretty much hung out with Sydney, Dunna. Chris, I mean, these guys know me because I've been commenting on their channels since they were like, I don't know, 10,000 subscribers, some of them smaller. So because I've been commenting on their videos for so long, they just kind of knew who I was. So
yeah, your family.
And like Peter Lindgren. I mean, I have him. He texts me, he builds into me, he gives me tips on my channel, and then I've been watching him since he was under 1,000 subscribers before he even quit his DHL job and was vlogging. I don't know. Somehow I found him, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's awesome!" And so
He
like,
was a DHL driver.
yeah, when he
Yeah,
was a DHL working in the warehouse, and he was a forklift driver for them. And
Nice.
so I've just been encouraging him in his comments, and so like he messaged me and texted me, and just a super genuine dude. And eventually, he'll send me. He's got this little battery clip charger. He said he keeps saying he's going to send it to me. I haven't seen it yet, but eventually I'll see it. It's okay. But
That clip charger that he invented.
yeah,
Oh man, I want to get one of those.
yeah. So
Flip charger.
yeah, he's like working on a version 2, and he's like, I promise you, you're gonna get the Pro. I think he's calling it the Pro or whatever. The Pro, we're gonna get him. Like, you'll be the first. I'm like, okay, I believe it when I see it, bud. But I still love you. It's okay. You don't need to send me any free stuff for me to continue to support you. But I really want to go to Sweden one time. He says an open invitation for me to. This is when he was still in his dad's studio. Now, my friend Kyle Watts got to go visit him with another guy, and he had a funny story about that. He dropped the tripod in the water it was right when the ZVE1 was coming out. He had the pre-release when he went to go see him, so my friend got to see the pre-release body, helped him shoot a few videos for that. It's so cool. But
That's cool.
what I love about this community is that everybody's no matter how big the creator is, we're all like family. We're all
Yes.
we all treat each other.
Yes.
That's
like,
what I
you know,
like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love the community more part of YouTube more than I even like. I mean, I like making videos and all, but like today it took me forever to get out of the house. I've been by myself all week. I thought this week I was going to destroy videos and have like at least 5 or 6 filmed because my wife's been gone. I've been gone by myself every single night, and I probably got like nothing. I mean, I got a few videos done, but not nearly the amount I want to do. And I've been like in this rut. Like I just want to shoot somebody. If Kyle was here, I could go out and shoot. I would be more inspired to shoot if I could go shoot with somebody. I don't know anybody in Orlando. There's one creator that I ran into on the flight to here. His name is I feel terrible. Curly. He's got curly hair. He's got glasses. He shoots a lot of Sony stuff.
It's down in Orlando.
Got 100,000 subscribers. He shoots a lot of car stuff typically. Oh gosh, what's his name? But he was on the same airplane as I was to. Oh man,
Is he the big curly hair?
he's very tall. Yes.
What's his name? Man.
Oh, wait a minute. Are you guys talking about Fro?
No, Frono. He's from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's who I was thinking. Frono from
Well, as soon
Philly.
as you said,
Yeah.
He's got curly hair.
curly
not
hair.
Fro.
yeah.
What is? Oh gosh, I have it. I just got to go to my channel and see. Well, it's funny because I messaged him like somebody came back. If I'm trying to think of his name, goodness gracious, I feel terrible. I'm terrible with names.
Me too.
So am I. You're not alone.
And I'm a pastor. So everybody knows my name, but
Dan
I
Watson.
got it.
Who?
Dan Watson. I don't know if you ever heard of him.
Dan Watson. No,
He has got a channel. He's got like over 100,000 subscribers on his channel. He does a lot of Sony reviews with lenses and in a lot of car. Shoots a lot of car photography. And one of the guys said, "Oh, there's this guy with curly hair on the. I think his name is Dan. He's sitting over there to get on the plane." I'm like, Dan Watson. I said that Dan's here, and so I go on Instagram and message him and said, "Are you on the same plane as I am right now at Frontier going to NAB? It seems like a little below you." And he's like, "Yeah, it was the first flight. It was the only flight I could find. There was a direct flight from here." And I'm like, "Oh." So I get on the plane and I walk by him to get to my seat, and we get to Vegas, and I chat with him a little bit. And everybody's just down to earth, So I got his number. I just haven't really got a chance to sit down and chat with him and talk with him and figure out a time that works both.
Yeah,
both of them.
there's just certain people out there that like there are some big channels where I'll make a comment in live stream or send an email or put something in the chat, and there's just nothing. Like you don't even exist. You'll get a heart comment every now and then. Then there are just some where, like, you're talking about Don Watson here, 200,000 subscribers, and he responds and he comments. Tom Buck, anytime I send anything, email him, whatever, he always responds. and it's not a generic answer. It's like a thought.
Right.
That response took time to him helping me with my ethics statement. Like, man, I'm trying to get here, and I'm already getting overwhelmed, and I feel like they're trying to take over my channel for this free gear. And I'm like, I'm not doing this for the free gear, although I do appreciate not having to spend all this money on this
No,
gear.
it's a
My
huge
wife
help.
appreciates that. So it's like, how do I find this balance where, okay, if you want to send me something, fine, but you don't own me
Right.
when you do it. And he was like, he's like, here's my ethics statement. Take it. And I'm like, I don't want to just copy him. He says, use it however you want. If you want to add some stuff, take some stuff away. It's more important to establish that ethics statement and create the barriers. And he says it all the time. If somebody walks away because of your ethics statement, then that's probably someone you didn't want to be
Right.
collaborating with in the first place. And it's been huge. Like I've got a company right now. I won't say their name because I don't want to bash anybody, but I got a company where they're trying to send me a product that's over $500. And when I sent them my ethics statement, they're like, well, that's not very professional. We send you something we want, we expect to be a certain time frame and this and that. It's not very professional to say that. And I'm just like, it's not very professional for you to, like, everybody else is doing it. Everybody else is okay with this ethics statement. You're not, but they're so offended that I want to claim authority over my content because I'm only 1,700 subscribers. You think, okay,
So?
we'll send them this $500 piece of thing and you're just going to do whatever we ask. And for me to say, well, walk then, like, I'm not your guy.
Yeah, it's funny.
It upset them that
Size
I
doesn't
said
really
that.
matter anymore. I mean, it doesn't. Size means nothing.
Yeah.
It matters about how good your quality is, and I mean, sometimes it's weird. Smaller channels will have a bigger pull on certain topics, and they get a lot of viewers. It's funny. Some people that have way more subscribers, their views are like terrible.
Yeah.
So sometimes subscribers doesn't even matter. I mean,
Yeah. For me, my metric was get to 1,000 subs, and then I stopped watching the sub count after that. Once you get to 1,000 to get monetized, then it's like, all right, now I can just focus on the content,
Yeah.
plus these. I mean, it's funny that brand people are like, oh, why would a brand send somebody to a small? Dude, it doesn't really matter because you sell one of those products and they've already made all their money back.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the rest of it's just, and it's not like the video ever goes away. It just sits there and lives forever. So
Right.
it could one person here, or one person there,
Yeah. Companies like,
and it doesn't cost them anything. So I
Yeah.
mean, besides the cost of the product itself. So I don't.
yeah. And there's companies like Fine and Mono. I'm trying to say their names right.
That's gonna be so hard.
Trying to
They
be
had a cool
respectful.
booth,
Mono.
maybe.
But they see someone who puts quality into puts time and effort, and they care about the videos that they make, and they send stuff out because at the end of the day, you're hoping that there's a relationship that's established that once you start getting all those viewers, you're not going to leave them behind. Like, we were one of the first ones to reach out with you. We worked with you. We were fine with you being honest with our stuff. We appreciate it. We preferred it. So it's like, to me, I'm not going to forget that. Like, I don't care how big I get. If Fine wants to send me something, I'm going to remember the little guy, which was me, when I first started out, that liked their stuff. But it's like,
Yeah, I think I had like 200 subscribers when they first sent me that like little
Yeah.
lav mic. I'm like,
yeah,
okay, sure.
yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was
Yeah.
like, 200 subscribers when they sent me the K688. It was the first microphone review I did for a microphone that was sent to me. And it's like, when I was looking at Fine and Mono, geez.
Mono.
It was like 19 out of 20 of them were teenagers in their bedroom at like 12. And I'm like, where are the professional guys that tell me, is this stuff worth, like, I got $50, man. I just need an honest opinion of someone who knows what they're talking about. And there wasn't anybody. So it's like, I want to make sure that those kids or adults, whatever it is, people on a budget, when they want to get into the space, that they don't have to buy a Shure SM7B. There's quality microphones out there. And how many people that have quality videos, make quality reviews, are focusing on it because They call it, like, there's one channel that refers to those as e-waste.
E-waste.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that. Like I've been using this microphone, this K688 now, over my Procaster Rode. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it sounds really good. I mean, I would put this against the SM7B any day, and I'd rather buy a number of these than just one SM7.
You can afford to buy those and send them to people.
I mean, the thing about this is like, I'm trying. I think I'm changing my channel now a little bit, kind of wanting to do more stuff for like the little, like, who cares about? Yeah, I mean, I love Sony cameras and I love the A7S III and FX3, but they're still expensive.
Yeah.
I like doing this budget stuff like this.
Yeah.
Because the average person can actually afford this microphone. Nobody can afford a SM7B. I mean, you can actually get good audio if you start with something like this, and nothing too crazy of a camera, and then you could build into your setup if you really like it. But at the end of the day, there's some people that are still shooting on a dang iPhone and their channels are blowing up.
Yeah.
So
Oh, I'm not blowing up. This is an iPhone.
that's an iPhone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
That looks great.
Let's see.
I have never been able to
on.
get my iPhone to look that good.
I know. He's got
Where's
a special package there or something. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, that's an iPhone. It's not even
That
the 15,
one is
it's the 14, right?
This is the 13 Pro, and then this one's the 14 Pro.
Yeah.
So
It's great.
It's crazy.
I think it's cool. But I mean, it's also, it does, I think, as far as the lighting goes, that's one of the things that everybody was always saying. They're like, oh man, you look really crisp and good. I think it's because of the phone. The phone does a lot of that on its own.
And what key light are you using?
I have the fact that he used that word key light. I have one LED. It's like I think it's got a 160 bulb. It's like an LED panel that's aimed at the wall. And that's the majority of my that's the majority of my light. And then I have just a lamp with an LED light that's aimed at the back of the TV that's for the gaming side, and the back of this TV is white. So that's my fill. Let me just, where's the button at? There it is. You see? That's it.
Huh.
Lighting's
Wow,
great. That lighting is great.
That's the only lights I got. Let me turn this one off.
It's depressing because like I'm looking around here, it's like
I
this
want
looks better. Clay's looks better than mine.
I want more, and I'm like, man, it's like, I don't need more. I guess.
But my point is I think that it's mostly these phones processing the video better than
their auto features are way better than like webcams and
because if I go to the
webcam
webcam looks awful. Yeah, compared to these.
And more expensive does not mean better. Like I just did my relaunched my podcast, Coffee at the Cross, and all of us were using OBSBot webcams because it was just easier setup for me to go set up over where I was at than bring cameras and all that stuff. I was like, you know what, just going to set it up with webcams. Boxes are going to be crunched anyway. And I had the OBSBot Taylor, which was the $500 webcam. Then there was the OBSBot Tiny 2, and then there's one that hasn't been released yet. I'm not supposed to talk about it, but $179.
Yeah.
And the $179 one was the one that was the best looking image. Like my OBSBot Taylor that I was using on me was the cloudiest image. Like the other ones were just sharp and crisp and clear, and it's just like you just don't have to. More money doesn't mean more quality anymore.
No, not necessarily.
It'll be the end of June. I just got to. I thought I was going to be able to do it, and they reached out and said, "Hey, please just we had to push back the date. Don't release your video yet." I'm like, okay,
yeah,
I'm streaming with it though.
Godox sent me. They have a new. I got to meet him at NAB. I saw this little product. I'm like, wow, that looks great. I do a lot of microphone stuff. Actually, some of my most popular ones are like the wireless lavs, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll send it to you." So I got there. They sent it to me this past week, and it's like the size of a gum. Each microphone's like a size of a stick of gum, and it has the Sony hot shoe on it for the receiver, and the receiver also has a microphone on the back side of it. So if you're behind the camera, so it has like 3 microphones on the system.
And this
Yeah.
is Godox?
Yes.
Wow, because as far as I knew, Deity was the only one that had the microphone on the back side plus the front. So the person recording and the person in front of the camera. So Godox is doing it now. That's great.
Don't they make lights?
Looking at
They
your
do.
chair too, man. That is the most epic chair. I'm seeing that chair
Right.
everywhere.
Oh, it's because it was so cheap at Staples.
Yeah, that's where I got
Yep,
it.
that.
But I have that chair in my church office. It's the most
Except
comfortable
you
chair
guys-
ever
You guys don't have the custom chair.
with the cat claw.
Yeah, mine's all tore up from the cat.
So let's see if I can.
Oh, look how tiny that is. Yeah.
So it has a Sony hot shoe.
Oh, nice. Is that the
Wow.
receiver?
This is the receiver, and then it has
Yeah.
the microphone on the back.
I wonder if that works on the Sony A6000 because that one, it doesn't have an external mic input, but you can only use the hot shoe, Sony microphone hot shoe.
Really? Did the A6000 have the Sony hot shoe?
Yeah.
So I want to say if it does have the hot shoe, I believe it does because this one has both the digital and analog switch like you see on a lot of the Sony microphones. So I want to say if you switch it, it wouldn't work on digital because it probably doesn't have the digital hot shoe. It probably has the analog hot shoe. So this
Yeah.
actually might work on that if you switch it to the analog. I'm
I
not
sold it.
100% sure, but
Yeah. I ended up selling it to help fund my Sony ZV-10 purchase.
the cool thing about this too is it also has a regular output. So if you didn't have a Sony hot shoe, you could use it on something else. And it's got 3 levels. So you have a high, medium, and a low. And so but this thing sounds.
Now, is that
I
like the
compared
game?
it to the DJI Mic 2, and the DJI Mic 2 has a little bit more low end, but other than that, this sounds pretty. You can EQ this thing, and it sounds great. So the only thing this doesn't have is the internal recording, 32-bit float. So, but honestly, with these type of systems, I would much rather have the Sony hot shoe, no cables, and just like not really have to worry about setting
Yeah.
levels on these things and just
Yeah.
go. Now I know the DJI has that new when I saw the new hot shoe from the DJI, I was like, all right, looks like I'm a sucker for it. I'm gonna buy it. But I knew this was coming. I'm like, I'm just gonna try this out, and if it works for me, there's no need for me to spend another $150 or more to upgrade to the system.
Does that come
because-
with 1 mic or 2 mics?
It has 2.
Perfect.
So there's another one. There's
Yep.
2 of these. Tiny. Breaking them. And this orange button is actually a noise canceling button. And the best noise canceling I've heard from a system has been the Comica Vimo Qs. But this one, I couldn't tell a difference other than the fact the back, all the noise went away. This one did whatever algorithm they're using for these, it doesn't affect your voice that much. Sounds really good.
Wow. How much is that retailing for?
This is retailing for $139.
Oh, that's it.
That's
I know.
cheaper than my
I'm going to have to
Movos.
get it. I'm going to have to get it because I've got the Hollyland Lark Max that I use. I've got a Comica set that I use, the Boom X D2 or something. I've got the Rode wireless. But what gets me every time, because I record videos with the Lav every week for the church, like I do all the video creation for the website and stuff like that, posts, announcements, updates, all. So I'm constantly using the wireless Lav mics. But 9 times out of 10, when I want to go record it, I can't because I forgot my cable somewhere. The 3.5 millimeter, somehow, some way, it ends up being taken out of my camera, set it down, and then I don't have it. I would love to be able to just plug that right into my
Know
hot
your
shoe.
Joe. There are connections
Yeah.
at the bottom of that. It's the Sony Hot Shoe MI. So it connects to your Sony cameras that have the new Hot Shoe, and it does everything with no cables. It's great.
Awesome. I'm gonna have to get that. I'm definitely gonna get that.
So
Not
it's called
done.
let me see.
Do you have a video on your channel for you?
It's
using
not
those?
live yet. I just recorded some comparisons to the DJI mic, and now I gotta go back and do my talking head. But let
Yeah,
me
I'm
see if I
curious
can
to hear
find
those.
a link at least for you.
And real quick, while he's looking at that, if anybody's just jumped in, don't forget that tonight we are giving away a Fine microphone. So just put your name in the chat. Doesn't matter where you live. We'll send it to you where you're at, and you get to pick the microphone that you want. So we're going to be doing that giveaway tonight. So I know we mentioned that at the beginning, but someone may have just jumped in at the 9 o'clock hour. So if you haven't and you're here, just leave a comment. You don't have to watch the whole podcast. Just leave your comment that you were here, and we'll draw a name, and I'll post it on my website. If you weren't here, it'll be on the community tab.
Which microphone would you choose if you had?
I would probably go with another K669D. Honestly, I love them.
K669D.
Yeah,
I would
the
choose
build quality and the smaller footprint. I can fit it anywhere. I can stuff 4 of these things in my bag.
Yeah, they're very versatile.
Yeah, and they're built road quality, like road pod mic. They're just insanely thick metal.
They're a brick.
Like quarter of an inch thick metal. It's not a chintzy metal.
They should have started that one with the word tank.
Yeah, really. This was the tank to me.
This was the original tank. This newer one should just be the tank 2. You know?
And it's just got an amazing sound quality. Let me see. Let me unplug one of my microphones here. And I just love it. I love the fact that it's cheap. So if I want to do a podcast and someone does it, and I do this all the time, like people who want to join in on a podcast or be a guest or anything like that, I just send them or hook them up with the Fafine K669D. It's $30. If you lose it, whatever, I'm out $30.
Right.
You know. And I know even if they don't know how to you don't know how people treat their stuff, much less your stuff if you let them borrow it. It's like one of these I just don't have to worry about what they do to it. So let me switch over here to
Know Your Joe. I believe Paul has the Fine K688, right?
The K688. Yep.
Yep.
So I am switching over to which one am I on? All right, yeah, this is the K669D. Oh, there we go. I wasn't muted. All right, this is the K669D, which is a little hot on the high end, but if you put the Shure SM7B, the actual pop filter on it, you get this sound right here, which is just
it sounds good,
rich and deep.
It does sound good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark from Obscure Mics is the one who found this microphone. Like no one was pushing it. You couldn't even, if you typed it in on Amazon, it wouldn't show up. You'd have to like scroll to page 3 to find it.
And how much does that one cost retail for?
37, and it was on sale last week for $31.
Yes, it was.
It's metal.
It's one of their cheaper ones, and it sounds better.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it sounds good, right?
Blows your mind. It blows your mind.
Yeah.
It defies all. Like
I
Bark
have 2 of them now.
Yeah, like Bark and I's, like it's our favorite. Bark has said this. He said if he had ever started out just doing a podcast and this was his first mic, he'd have no desire to upgrade. Like he'd have been fine sitting right here with this one.
Yeah.
And it's awesome with this pop filter on it. It's a little hot at the top without it. But again, you put this thing on there and it just gives you that SM7B sound for $30. And it's built like if you drop it, you're not breaking the mic, you're breaking your toe. And I stepped on it the day that I got it. I was in such a hurry. I opened up my door, went flying out the front door, and just like mutilated this box. And I knew Fine was sending me something, which is usually plastic microphones. I'm like, well, that's toast. Gotta be crushed. And then I opened up the box, and it's like it wasn't not even a scuff on it. So, yeah, it's great. And this is the Tank 3 right here.
No, you're Joe. I just I put the microphones in the comment. A link to them.
And this is the Tank 3, which is a $90 Fine microphone. This is their most expensive microphone, I think. But it doesn't have that deep.
The Tank? Yeah.
Yeah, the Tank 3. But it's XLR and USB, and you can record in XLR and USB at the same time. The Rode PodMic USB, which is $200, you can't do that.
Is the Tank 3, is that I haven't got the chance to listen to it yet. I have it in my closet. I haven't pulled it out of the box yet, but Is it a lot like the K688? It's just metal
Yeah.
construction. Is it a lot of same sound?
To me, it's to me the K688 for spoken word is better, closer to that SM7B sound. I just love that for spoken word, for podcasting, all that other stuff. The Tank 3, I think, is just you're not getting as good an audio quality as far as spoken word broadcasty sound as the K688, but you're getting a metal body that just you're not going to break it or crack it. But to me, if I was starting a podcast, I would go K680, especially the newer one with the recessed capsule, the SM7B pop filter
That's
on
what
it.
I would choose if I could choose. But
Yeah,
I'm not.
so
I'm not gonna.
I just started that Coffee at the Cross podcast, or relaunched it, and that's what I set my wife up with. I got her the white one with the pink SM7B pop filter on it. She's rocking. It sounds great on her voice. I love it. So, yeah, if Fine would make a metal body for the K688, they would rule the world.
Is that what you're using right
Yeah.
now? You're using the Tank?
Yeah, I'm using the Tank 3 right now, and I'm using that Rode pop filter on it. But this is the Tank 3, but it's got a tinny thin top on it. But
Yeah.
you put that WS14, it kind of lowers it just enough, but not like the fine K669D or the K688. It doesn't get that low, that rich. So, yeah.
Link didn't show up. Oh, mine does not let me send links in the chat.
Does it? No?
The what? Yeah, I didn't. I don't see it.
It's weird.
Oh, that's right. I think YouTube doesn't let other people put links in other people's chats. Like the people who are running the stream, they can post links.
Okay. Is there a private
I think it's
chat?
something to keep from people from doing the spamming in the comments.
So send it to
Clay.
one of us.
Yeah, send it to Clay real
Send it
quick.
to me, and I'll.
I'm on name duty because my wife texted me and said she's not working tonight, so to speak, for the podcast. She's sleeping, so I got to write these names down.
How would I find it when he sends it? How is he? Where are you sending it?
Go to the private chat in the.
Got it.
All right.
Will it let me? What do I got to do? Click on it.
Just copy it and you can put it in the chat. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, just
I
post
got it now,
post a
yep.
comment, and if you're the one that's doing it, it'll post.
There we go. I think.
Yep, there it is.
Yep. Oh. Yep. Posted as all of us. All three of us.
Kevin, if we put the mod squad in the drawing, because I know you have 3 people that are on your podcast. So is that the third person? Because I know you got Felix and then you, Kevin. I just want to make sure we get all 3 of the mod squatters in there.
So anyway, I've done a lot of things. You know, I was on Ken from Original Dobo's live stream. I was his producer for a while, so did a lot of. I've definitely done a lot of live streams, and I don't know. I didn't know. I was faking it till I make it about knowing about FPV drones. I know I have my drone license for GPS drones, but I'm terrible at flying FPV. I got an FPV controller, but in the simulator I still crash it like crazy. So I just haven't got around to doing it yet.
They're expensive,
and it's an expensive. Like
Kevin said, leave
my
them
wife
out.
gives me a hard time enough time to buy just my Mini 3 Pro, and I make money on it with real estate agents. So I'm just, I don't really. If I got into FPV, the first time I crashed it, I'd be like, well, there goes that. So
I got to start over.
But yeah, I mean, so and it's fun. It's fun. I always want to do videos on things I'm interested in, and it's just, but it doesn't work like YouTube doesn't work that way. I got to try to stick to a niche and go with it. So
yeah, it's like if you want to try and venture out, you got to create a whole separate channel. Otherwise, it just sabotages your
right.
your
And so
algorithm, which just drives me nuts.
My friend owns a film lab, and I've been doing all his content on his channel. Like, he's the face of it. I edit it, produce it, and shoot a lot of the videos. Some of the videos. I'm starting to train him and his crew, like some of his staff, how to actually just to use a basic DJI Pocket 3, and then they edit in CapCut for the small stuff, and all the bigger stuff they send it to me. So
Do you? What was that website you guys were talking to me about last week? Opus Clips. Have you ever used that?
Opus Clips.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
just told him about that recently because he started doing a podcast, and it's great. You just upload the video and it uses AI magic and picks
Yeah.
a bunch of clips for you to
It
do.
does a really good job too.
It does a really good job. Every now and then you got to go in there and change a word or two because
Yeah.
You're right.
I used it for the first time for the second or third podcast we did, and Chad had said, "Yeah, that's a good looking mic," and then it replaced good looking with the F bomb in there. That's a effing good mic, and I'm like, that's not what he said. It's not what he
Oops,
said.
wait
Gotta
a minute.
delete that. Put that back in there. I was like, keep it G-rated on my channel, man. Don't be doing that to me, AI.
Boy,
Yeah. So, but yeah, it is great. And then so what I've run into, and I'm not sure this is what I was asking, is I do the $9 a month, but I tried to put that we did our last week's podcast went 5 hours. It was crazy with the chat.
Well,
Like,
that's
they were
you got to be
all-
tricky about those stuff because they charge you by the minute.
Yes.
It's like 60 hours a year.
Yeah. So it told me that one 5 hour used up all my credit for the month. So I took it all back out. I didn't post anything. And now what I do is I kind of go through and I kind of write down timestamps of something that I would like to have Opus Clips make it. And then I edit that one, put it in DaVinci Resolve, cut everything out, go with that, upload like a 20-minute segment, and then ask it
into Opus Clips.
Yeah, make a short clip. So I did that with my podcast that I did with Bronson, and it's like, okay, now this is better. Like I still have 2.5 hours time left, or 2 hours 20 minutes after just streaming through and clipping out what I wanted. So yeah, I was just wondering if that's what you guys did. If you
Getting hot. Sorry.
I do that, a little bit of that, and honestly, I don't have the paid version, so I just use the trial for a little bit, and now that my buddy has it through the Film Lab, he said he's never going to use 60 hours a year because he only does it for his podcasts, and he's like, yeah, I'm not going to do that many podcasts a year where I'm going to get you and hit that many, so I can kind of use it a little bit here and there as I need it. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
So you just stay with the free trial.
I did, but the problem with the free trial is once you use up all your credits, that's it.
Yeah.
You're done.
Yeah. I accidentally used up all my free credits by throwing in a 3-hour podcast.
There's another one called Munchie,
Munchie? Let me write that down.
and it's the same sort of thing. I think Opus does a little bit better job, but Munchie is about the same, and so you can, for a while there, you can switch between those two as you're using up all your free. They each give you like a free certain
Gotcha.
amount, whatever. So.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. So I wanted to talk to you about your last video, man, because that really struck a chord with me. And it's something I don't think anybody has ever really talked about. At least all the podcasts I watch, it never comes up. We gently tiptoe and tap dance around the self-care thing. It's important to have self-care, but you went specific with it in a way that I don't think anybody really realizes. And Bronson and I, in our podcast that he was on, he mentioned and he said that basically, if he likes having a job because it keeps him from being in his room if that was his full-time job, YouTube, he'd never leave his room. And he needs to be able to get out and do stuff. And I'd be the same way. Like I put a futon in my studio just so I could take naps right here and not go down one floor to my bed to take a nap. I want to be able to just hit mute, lay down, take a nap, get up, get back at it. But
I mean,
your perspective was
I don't
huge.
know. Go on. Sorry. You want my perspective. I'm curious what you think my perspective is. Yeah.
How taking care of yourself physically affects your performance and your attitude and your mindset for your YouTube channel, because we want to lock ourselves up in the room and just forget everything and just focus on deadlines and video production and crank stuff out. But you don't realize the effect it has on your body if you don't take care of your body. And just watching your transformation and your energy level, I'm like, man, this is something that needs to be talked about the importance of putting your body first.
And me putting myself through the challenge of saying, hey, I'm going to lose a bunch of this weight, kind of encouraged, like, it gave me a drive to do something. It gave me and I'm like, well, now if I could just take this same drive and say, hey, I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to grow my channel to be good, or I'm gonna, you can't really grow your channel, but you can put more videos out, get better, and that's really how you do it. And I knew that at the rate I was going, I'm just putting out videos just to put out videos. I'm not getting a whole ton better, but I was like, it's kind of like driving me to be like, okay, well, if I can put the same drive that I put towards weight loss into my YouTube channel, it'll be great. But at the same time, yes, I have more energy now. Like I feel like, even though it's weird, I have less time now because I still go to the gym for like an hour to an hour and a half every single day, and I'm carving out this time that, well, I didn't think I ever had any extra time to do any more YouTube, but I found a way to carve out another hour and a half to go to the gym every single day. So it's just where you kind of put your mind to it and make it work,
Yeah, I wanted to share it right here. Just played like the first minute. I want people to see what we're talking about here. Just looking at you, you could just tell.
I mean,
I know, it's amazing.
Like I said, this video is the video that really, watching myself was the video that when I saw this video myself, I was like, wow, you're a fat slob and you really need. Up until this point, I thought, I'm just a little bit overweight. I'm not that bad.
All right, let's just play this. Everybody, check this out. Oh, can we hear it or no? I don't think I have it on my.
Weird.
Yeah, I forgot to put it. Hold on, I didn't run it through my broadcaster. Here we go.
I apologize for what I'm doing over here. My computer's getting really hot.
Just leave Fat Paul in the channel area.
Look at your energy level, the difference. Like here, you look, fine. Your delivery is big time different between these two clips.
I mean, I wasn't as mobile. I mean, now I feel like I can, I don't know. I got more energy. I can move around, It's just,
I just
definitely
like
no audio, but
in this one. And before was like, hey, I'm going to make a video.
It's a big difference. So.
I'm ready to charge with you in this one. Whatever you're talking about, let's go. And I think that does it. I think a lot of people need to focus on this because you're unintentionally changing your delivery. I'll pause it there so we can talk. But yeah, the way you're delivering what you're saying has more energy, so people are going to gravitate to it and lock on it quicker. Because you got the average attention span for a human being is 8 seconds. A goldfish is 9. So you got 8 seconds. So your energy level and the vibe you're giving off makes me want to stick out to finish that hook in the first 30 seconds. Just how you're presenting it and how you're displaying it. And it's like, if you just keep grinding away, like you said with your own words, if we keep grinding away and pushing out videos because we have to, but we don't feel good or we don't feel right or we're just not in the mood for it, that shows.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that we need to talk about more is like, if we bow down and just keep cranking out content because people send us stuff and we got to get it done and we got to get it out there, but you don't take time for you to get your body right, to get your mind right, to get your self-care right, it's going to start showing up in your videos. And then people aren't going to, if you're not energetic and excited, they're not going to be excited to want to stay. There's 140 million other content creators to watch.
So live stream consultants, it's funny. Ken and I were walking around NAB this year. For the first day, he picked me up from the airport, and him and Sean and I walked around for a bit. And he at the end of the day, he was like, we weren't even there for that long. I mean, I think he just wanted to walk around and see the booths really quickly and just walk out. And they left, and I stayed there and met up with some other people. But he was like, if I had $1 every time somebody said, "Holy cow, Paul, you've lost a lot of weight," he's like, I'd be a rich man. I mean, I was going to NAB talking to people that I talked to last year at NAB, and like Aldrin. I was like, hey, what's up, Aldrin? We're talking. He's like, hey, and he's like, he's kind of talking to me like he knows me, but at the same time, he looked like it was like I was like, he doesn't recognize me, does he? He doesn't know who I am. And he's just like, yeah. And then all of a sudden he goes, oh my gosh, Paul. I'm like, yes, it's me. Yes.
Man,
But
it shows. It shows.
I work with my brother, and my brother is 400 pounds, I think. 400. He plays video games. He's a gamer. He just plays, like, sits in his chair all day and just plays games. Before he took this job with me, he was a tech support guy for Best Buy Geek Squad, and just literally sat there in his chair all day. And then when he got off work, he just stayed in his chair and played video games. So, and he says he has, he has a snacking problem. He's working on that. He's got some heart stuff going on, but I think a lot of it does drive from his condition being overweight. And I was looking at him saying, well, I'm not as bad as him. I'm comparing myself to somebody else, saying, oh, I'm not as bad as him. But everybody at work would get confused between us. Like, they'd be like, hey, oh, I thought you were Philip. I'm like, how do you think I'm Philip? He's like, 100 pounds heavier than, like, and then I would, when I started losing this weight, I'm like, and seeing photos and videos of me, I'm like, what? I guess I was still thinner than him, but when you're that big, I didn't look that much different than him, I guess, at the end of the day.
Close enough, yeah.
So now it's like, now they don't get confused by us at all. It's funny. I look like my middle brother is super skinny. He's a granite layer. He outside in the Florida heat all day. So I think he weighs 10 pounds less than me, and he's like 5 or 10 inches taller than me. He's a little bit taller. So, but no, I mean, I feel it. I feel a lot better. And I don't think people realize just how much, I don't know, your health does affect how effective you are and doing in other areas of your life, not just, I'm going to get a little spiritual here, but I almost feel like I was treating my body terribly, and my body is the temple. So, it's just,
absolutely.
I don't know. So I feel a lot better. I can, even when I play guitar and, do that on stage, and so I can actually move around and get really into it more, I don't know. So it's been awesome. And it's in a routine for me now. So, like, everybody's like, how did you do it? How you lost it so fast? I'm like, well, I did the double whammy. I did diet and exercise. And now it's like, when I go to the store, I went to see my friend in Ormond Beach, and there's like a what is it called? Those big gas stations in Texas.
The Wawa?
No, the one with the gerbil or whatever it is.
Kevin, we need Kevin's help right now. He's in.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
The gerbil. I don't know.
What is it? Gosh, what? Bucky's. Heard of Bucky's?
I've heard of Bucky's, yeah.
It's like the size of like a Walmart, but it's a gas station. And anyway, you walk in there and there's just, I always go there because they're like one of the only places I know that has a Dr. Pepper Zero on the actual tap, whatever. But yeah, I go into Bucky's and I'm like, oh man, these all these snacks would look great, and you look on the back of them with the calories, and I'm like, nope, that's like half of my hour, on the elliptical. That's not worth it. And like, there's like a lot of these things now that I'm just like looking at that. I'm like, yep, I would have like down like 3 or 4 of these before and not thought anything of it. Now I'm like, there's no way I'm touching this. It's tempting. The smell is so good in there. But like, I look at it and I'm like, nope, that's not worth it. And I end up just walking out with a Dr. Pepper Zero. I couldn't bring myself, even the barbecue sandwiches there that I look in the back of them. Okay, the turkey is not terrible. It's 500 and something calories, but most of that's probably the bread. I mean, it's like, it's so weird. Like, I used to, and I look at the condiments now, and I'm like, all right, that's why I was so overweight. I went to town on the condiments. I mean, and the condiments and soda, if you're not drinking like the zero stuff, is just like just drinking and eating liquid stuff that doesn't add any filling or anything to you. You're just drinking and eating calories that you can't even know. You don't even know you're eating.
Yeah, empty calories or something what they call it.
So empty calories essentially. So I mean, that's like the big thing for me. And so like now it's like I'm more cognizant, and that's why my blood work went down too, because I was like, all right, well, pretty much the only way for me to you can lose weight and without going full on dieting. Like you maybe cutting. You can lose weight by two ways. I mean, it's really simple. Calories in and calories out. So you could either change how you're eating so you can eat the same amount, or cut what you're eating in half, or whatever. Like one of the guys I met at NAB, he's like, oh yeah, he's kind of skinny like me now, and one of the things he said, oh, I eat just as terrible as I did before, but now when I go to McDonald's, I order the meal and I eat, literally chop everything in half and throw the rest away. I'm like, well, wow, kudos to you. Like for me, I'm a cheapskate. It would hurt me
I wouldn't want to throw it away. Yeah,
food. So
wasting food.
Yep. I guess whatever it takes, right? Just eat half of it and throw the rest away. But on top of that, I still would be hungry after I'm done eating. So like now, I'm not hungry after I'm not starving myself. I'm eating full portion. I'm just eating a lot of grilled chicken. I'm pretty much eating like Chipotle style meal at least once a day. I make it all myself at the house, and I just making these big bends, and I just eat one of them a day, and then the other meal a day I cook something healthy, and then I don't feel like I'm like, oh man, I really want to go back to where I was before. I'm like, I feel great. My food tastes great. I mean, I just got one of these creamy machines. This is my first time. I got when I lost my weight, I was making, and I wasn't a huge sweets guy, but I did like my ice cream. I liked eating. I probably ate ice cream like maybe once a week on a crazy week, maybe twice. But I wasn't a big sweets, but I liked ice cream.
Oh, I love it.
And
Yeah.
when I started losing this weight, I went 2 months pretty much super strict, where I just ate my calorie intake that I wanted, didn't really cheat or anything like that, and I cut my soda out completely. After the 2-month mark, I started going to like 0-calorie soda and started introducing that, and I started like, I found this like milkshake like thing. I would literally blend 64 ounces of a milkshake concoction that tasted like it pretty much was like an ice cream milkshake, and I would have it every single night from after 2 months. And I still, up to this day, I still pretty much have one. Occasionally, if it's too late in the night and I just ran out of time in my day or whatever, I'll skip it. But for the most part, every single night, I had 64 ounces of this milkshake concoction, which is pretty much almond milk, a little bit of fat-free Greek yogurt, which there's a little bit of carbs in that, a little bit of carbs in the yogurt, but the whole thing together blended, even the 64 ounces was like 100, 140 max, depending on if I threw in any mix-ins or anything like that. Like this is like 80 calories. All this was like almond milk, a little bit of Greek yogurt, and a lot of like some of the zero sugar coffee mixers in there. And I made like this, but this is ice cream. I just took my concoction, I made my milkshake thing, and just didn't put the ice in it, and made a smaller amount to make it fit in a pint size. But I mean, it's now it's like, it's great. Now I get my ice cream fill with, instead of having to eat the milk during the milkshake thing. And this is my first night having it, because I just got the machine over the weekend or 2 days ago, and I got the cups in the mail from Amazon. This is my first test. I'm like, well, this is actually pretty good. I'm looking, after I get off the stream tonight, I'm gonna go now and go to town and just like make a bunch of different concoctions and throw in my freezer so I can have one of these every single night. But I'm not. I guess I go all that to say I'm not like I'm not cheating. The other day I had pancakes. I was so afraid to have pancakes, and woke up the next day on the scale and I was still the same weight. And I didn't even go to the gym that day either. So that was like a double in me. I cheated and I didn't go to the gym that day. I was freaking out. I'm going to be up a little bit, and I'm still in that like freak out phase where I'm like, oh man, if I cheat, I'm scared to see the scale the next day. Even though in the back of my mind, even if the scale went up 3 or 4 pounds, I'm going to lose all that weight the next week anyway. Yeah. I'm going to go back. I'm still going to the gym every single day for the most part. So all I got to do is
your metabolism is way up there now, probably, where it just devours whatever cheat day you have.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. I'm wondering if, like, I've been pretty much living on 1,600 to 1,800 calories ever since August 1st, every single day, unless I have a cheat day, which I've only allowed myself to have a cheat day. After 2 months, I allowed myself to have a cheat day once a week, But the problem was those cheat days really end up being okay. So one meal that might have been like 400 to 600 calories, end up being 1,000 calories. What I would do is I would go to like the ale house and I would eat my meal that was normally 600 calories. I would eat that and then I would allow myself to veg out on maybe the nacho plate. We would order the nacho plate with my wife and we would split that. And that would be my cheat. But I still ate healthy for the regular meal. I never did a full on like. I think one of the days I did it, I went to Golden Corral. I was like so scared, and I was going to Golden Corral and I was eating. I ate a little bit more than I normally would, but I was still like, oh, I'm not touching that fried stuff. I'm gonna go get this like the sriracha chicken. It's great, I had maybe okay. I'll allow myself to have like one little fried a piece, or I think I may have ate some popcorn shrimp. I'm like, ooh, I'll allow myself to have the popcorn shrimp, but it's still in the back of my mind. I'm like, I'm scared, and I probably had I had way more calories that day than I ever did. And I came back home and I got on the scale and I think the next morning I was down 3 pounds. I couldn't explain that one to you, but
You went to Golden Corral and lost weight.
Watch, you're gonna get on the scale this week tomorrow and you're gonna be down, you jerk. Yes. But it's funny, like the same people that were encouraging me in the beginning are now like, "You're too thin. Stop. You're too thin. You're stop." I'm like, I'm not too thin. I'm like the doctor. I'm at the weight the doctors say I'm supposed to be at for my average. Like I could still even go under that. I'm still have a little bit of a gut. I mean, it's not much, but I don't know. I could still lose a little bit more, but my mother-in-law is like, ugh. She gets annoyed like when I don't like I bring my own bread over to her house instead of eating like the regular hot dog buns or I eat the keto bread. I'm like, and I just started eating.
Oh, this guy!
I was like,
he brings his own bread.
We had pasta one night. I'm like, okay, I'll eat your sauce, but I'm not. I found this. It's skinny pasta, like 9 calories for a full bag of pasta, and she's like, oh, you can't have a little. You work out still for 1,000 calories a day on the elliptical. You can't like cheat a little bit, like eat cheat. You can have a few cheat meals, but these are the same people who are like saying they're dieting too, but they're not losing anything. They're just like staying the same, or they're only going down like a pound a month or something like that, and then they're a little discouraged themselves. But I'm like. And then they're telling me what they're eating. I'm like, but you're not really dieting. You're like, oh, well, this steak is healthy. I'm like, yeah, but you're dousing it in like a bunch of sodium, and it's like, I mean, I don't know. I just some of the same people that were like encouraging me are now like the people that I just gotta like say it's okay. You're probably just really jealous of me that I was able to do this and I'm keeping it up. Where most people, would kind of veg back, but I feel like it's a lifestyle. It's total lifestyle change.
Yeah, habit.
It is a lifestyle change.
Yeah. All right, so we're coming up on our hour here. I wanted to one thing that we do here is we always ask creators to come on. We get to know your creators, the brutal honesty, the really life-changing questions that really mean nothing whatsoever, but we just got to know. So it's Paul's turn in the lineup here. But first, before we get started, what is your setup that you're using right now? Your camera, microphone, and lights.
So the setup that I'm using right now, I'm using the A7C, the Mark I, with the 24 millimeter G Master lens. Oof. I'm shooting in APS-C crop mode, so it's not super wide in this. Yeah. I'm coming pretty close to the monitor. I have the Rodecaster Duo. And I'm using the Fine K688. And just, I got some tube lights. I have the Amaran 60X lighting me with the Light Dome Mini 2 softbox. And that tube light over there is great. It's like I don't know. I can't. It's like
I know what he's talking about.
It's like $120 or $100 on sale on Amazon. It's great. It's a little 2-foot tube light. But and then I just got some other I have a drop down cloth or my paper cloth, my paper backdrop over here, a gray and blue with some wee light panels that are shining on it to light it up blue and green. That's kind of like where also this color of green comes from. It's kind of bouncing off that. And I have a variable set up mounted in my ceiling so that I can hang those lights up there. And I really want to get another variable. I have another variable. I haven't done it yet. I want to put it over. I have like another one of these standing desks that I use for my talking head stuff. But,
Oh yeah. Those
and
things
then I
are
use the
awesome.
IK multimedia. IK multimedia speakers to mix on there. Small, portable, and nice. Yeah. But my main camera is an A7S III. But I really like. I mean, this A7C still looks great. It still functions great. It's actually technically my wife's camera. I got it for her for photography when we go out and shoot together. But I use it as my B cam because there's so many times where I'm like, need to film something of either the A7C or the A7S III, and I need another camera. So I just have this. That's why I have two cameras. So.
Gotcha. All right. So what's your workflow? What's a week for Paul for content creation? How do you tackle your week?
I work from home doing IT 9 to 7 o'clock in the morning, or 6:30 to 3 is my hours for work. After I get off work immediately, I go to the gym for like an hour and a half, and then I go home with the family. I might record a video at nighttime once my kid goes to bed at 8 o'clock. Some days I might just take off of work. How many people are watching from work on here? Sometimes, I mean, we have 15-minute breaks at work. I might go off and record a video. I work from home, so I can just literally pull my camera up and do some stuff. But yeah, I work in IT, so I always have my ticket system on my phone and email on my phone, and anybody can always call me. And so it's a pretty flexible. I really like my job. It's kind of flexible in that matter. I don't like the job as far as the work goes. I'm more of like I always wanted to be like a full-time worship leader, and never made that happen. I was always part-time, I just kind of gave up on that dream and said, "This is fine. I'm still able to volunteer and do a lot of stuff for my church doing that. Maybe one day I'll still do it. Who knows? If somebody came to me tomorrow and said, "Hey," and they didn't really move or anything like that, or they paid me properly, and I probably would strongly consider it. But that's kind of like my day, and I just kind of fill in during either a little bit during the day, my downtime, or I do it at nighttime after my kid goes to bed. And my wife will go off and watch Hallmark, and I'll go in my studio and nail out a few YouTube videos. But
Awesome. All right. What has been your biggest struggle so far making videos? The biggest hurdle you have to tackle?
I think motivating myself to actually do it, because like this week I'm by myself. And it's like I said, some days if I get in one of these ruts, I'll be like, I know what videos I need to make, but I'm like overthinking it of just picking up the camera and going to shoot it. And I'm like, oh, how do I do this? And then eventually I'm just sitting there doing nothing, and I'm wasting time. And it's been like an hour or two. And I'm like, well, today was completely shot. Now I only have like an hour to get this video done. I'll be able to go out and get some B-roll of it now. But I could have finished the whole entire video if I would have just started and gone out there and just started shooting,
You're speaking my jam right there. It's like I just get in there and I want it to be one thing, and people don't care. They just want the information and have some fun watching it while you're giving it.
Yeah.
And we're worried about winning the Oscars, the Academy Award for Best Video Production. And I lose so many days. Like today, my plan was to wake up this morning and bang out 3 videos to get caught up, and I didn't do a single one of them. It's just because it's like, I do this, and then my lighting's not in the right spot. And
that happens to me all the time. And so I have it set up like I got a rolling C-stand on wheels, and I literally try to make it as easy as possible for me so that there's no setup. Usually there's always one camera sitting on that tripod where I can just roll it over in my studio and go. But still, I'll find some sort of excuse in my mind to not do it or whatever.
It's just us. Yeah. It's not a real thing.
Yeah.
Like you said, it's some excuse.
Absolutely.
I do the same thing.
Every time. Yeah. All right. That's good. No, I'm not alone here. We're not alone. All right. Here we go. This is the deep stuff. All right. Deep stuff. And guys, I'm going to do about 12 questions. If you guys in the chat have any questions that you would like to ask Paul regarding his workflow or anything you want to know, just throw that in the chat, and once we get through these, we'll hit your guys' questions. Number 1, here we go. Deep stuff. Time to go out with the wife. Who's driving? Are you the passenger princess?
Oh, no. I'm always the driver. but there's always a backseat driver in my car. I mean, you're speeding. Watch out. I'm like, do you want to drive? Because and this year my car started to give me more problems than it was costing to fix. The AC was about to go out, and I was like, it's going to cost like half the price of what the car costs. I'm like, you know what? My wife's been begging me for an SUV, and I'm like, I'm a Jewish frugal person. Nope, not doing it. Not going back into a car payment. Nope, not doing it.
Yep.
Not doing it.
I'm the same.
And so she was at the mall one day and was like, oh, look at these SUVs. They're so great. And they're all electric like you want the next car to be. And they're not that expensive, actually. They're kind of, we might be able to pull it off. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that's one of my options I was going to say if you need an SUV because it's, so I never thought I had a Volkswagen, but I got a Volkswagen 94. And I love driving an electric car is so fun. But we went down from, I probably save about $200 a month on gas at least.
Wow.
Because my wife and I only fill up one car. We share this car. Whoever drives the furthest for the day takes the car. That's how we both wake up. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, you get the car today, or you get the car today. So we share the car, and then I only fill up the other car that we have that's gas one time a month.
Oh wow.
The
Yeah.
rest of the time we're just driving the electric car. So
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm passenger princess all the way. But I never get to be. My wife always says she's blind. She can't see it in the dark. But I'm so tired. I don't want to think. I don't want to.
See, if I had a Tesla instead of a Volkswagen, and paid for the upgrade, I could have fallen asleep at the wheel. I could just, all right, drive me home, beep, and hit a button and just like sit back. And my car will drive me in the lane, and but if I take my hand off the steering wheel too long, it'll like, hey, you need to put your hand on the steering wheel. Hey, like, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Clay, are you passenger princess? I can't remember. Being a former truck driver, I would imagine you're ready to punch out and let the wife take over.
Like anytime she says she wants to drive, I'm like, you can have it. I don't know. I like driving my own vehicle. So if we're going to take my truck, I want to drive. But other than that, I don't care.
I'm saying for the Paul where I get.
Do you know how many miles I've driven?
Yeah,
over 6 million.
That's crazy.
I'm done.
I'm done. No, but yeah, when I'm driving it, my wife is the backseat driver. She's got the driver's license, her own, the backseat driver's license, and I'll every now and then I catch myself saying, "Oh, thank you. I wouldn't know what to do without my little helper today. I didn't know what that red sign meant." I get hit quite a few times. All right, question number 2. You're at a restaurant, getting ready to sit at your table. Is your back to the door, or are you facing the door? There are people out there that they can't sit unless they're facing it or their backs to it.
Honestly, I sit whichever has the ugliest view because my wife will take the other one.
Oh, really?
if there's a better answer. If the view to the door has like a nice fish tank or something like that, she's gonna be facing the door. But if it's the other way around, then I'll be.
So she chooses for you.
She can choose for me. It's fine.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Your first car. Okay, I got to get ready here. We got to bring it up. Your first car.
An Acura 1996 Acura Integra.
Oh yeah, man.
All right.
I
Color. Color.
Silver.
Integra. All right, so the people can see. Oh wow, you had one of those. Those were nice. I like.
No, they were nice.
Yeah, I just wanted a Civic, and my mom managed to grab me one of those, and I was like, wow, this thing's actually pretty nice. And
yeah, no, those are nice cars.
The insurance on the dang car was crazy, but any car would have been crazy. So,
all right,
at the age of 16, they just kill you.
Yeah.
All right, let's bring this up real quick so everybody can see what we're talking about. All right, here we go. So that's the car.
That's a 4-door. I had a 2-door, but yes.
Yeah, I love those headlights. Nobody was doing like the Jeep headlights, and they had the double duty Jeep.
Mostly all I ever saw was the 2 doors.
Oh wow,
that doesn't even look familiar.
No, I didn't even. I didn't
The
even
model
know that.
I had
There
was
we go.
a 1996 Acura Integra LS.
Here we go. This is the one I meant to click. I'm sorry. Two-door right there.
Yep.
And I always saw the ones that were souped out like that with the tail fin on it and the
Mine didn't have a
fin.
tail fin. I think it was just a basic model,
It's a regular,
Gotcha.
regular car.
All right, so that's your first car. What was your worst car? the one that just gives you PTSD when you see it on the road.
I'm spoiled that I didn't really have a worst. That was my worst car because I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh man. That was my first car.
And your worst car.
In my worst car, but it wasn't that bad really. And
Gotcha.
I think the only reason why I got a new one is because my mom was like, I want to drive stick so bad, and she ended up buying me a Honda Civic Si, like a brand new one. Like
So she could take that.
I don't know why. I don't know what happened there. I got spoiled as a kid. That's what I don't even know how she could afford it. I'd just be completely honest with you, but
I don't know. I had a clunker for my first car, and my nephew just turned 16, and he's rolling up in like a 2015 F-250 Super Duty that's taller than, I mean, black tinted windows, and I'm like, what did
gas
where
and
did
the
I go
insurance
wrong?
must just kill him.
No, he's good. You know. Mom makes plenty of money for the both of them. You know, she got plenty of money to spend. House is paid for. She did one of those things where she paid it off twice as fast. So she's got a, wonderful, 6-figure salary.
I didn't have a
no
cool
car, no
car as my
mortgage,
first
no
one.
anything. So she just spends her money on the cars. I'm like, man,
You guys
where'd
had
I go
cool
wrong?
cars. I didn't.
All right.
I would not. I don't like spending money. I'm like the Jewish frugal person. I don't like spending money on cars at all. I guess
Yeah.
I
don't either.
Complete waste of money. And just the car that the new car that I got actually had 5,000 miles on it, and it was used. It was like $10,000 off the sticker price of a brand new one. I was like, I'll take the 5,000 miles on it. I don't care.
Yeah, I have two cars that are paid off. And the one car is right there ready to drive. If the other one breaks down, take it to the shop, fix it. Got another car ready to go to drive in the meantime. Yeah, no car payments. Clay?
Geo Metro, man. This thing was like,
Oh, my sister had one of those, the convertible.
I
You know what
I
my
had a friend that
dad
had one of
called
those,
that?
and we called it the pregnant roller skate because it was
Yeah,
like
that's
hatchback.
exactly what I was gonna say. A pregnant roller skate. My dad said the same thing.
All right, we got to bring this up. Hold on. Pregnant rollers.
Mine was a Chevy Metro.
Oh,
They had I don't know what came first, but there was a Chevy Metro for a little bit. And that's what we had.
this is what my sister had. And I swear it was like Papa Smurf's car.
I want to say that Geo bought, or Chevy bought
Chevy
Geo.
bought
or something like that,
Geo.
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, here we go.
That's so funny that you the pregnant roller skate. That is exactly what my dad said.
This was my sister's car, and she was dating a guy who would drive all the time, and he was like, he
That looks
he
like
was
it's fake.
he was an offensive lineman in college football, right? So he's college offensive lineman big, and he drove that car when they drove together. I'm like, dude, you
Did he
look
sit in the back seat?
you look like Gargamel just stole Papa Sir Smurf's car, and you're trying to like get to. It's like, what are you doing in that thing? I'm afraid the tires are gonna pop when he was in there. Oh, but my sister loved that car. Oh, like this, it looks like a Barbie car with, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, Geo Metro. I was pregnant roller skate.
I mean, that doesn't look as much like the roller skate with the convertible, but
Right.
that's crazy.
The one I was thinking of was like, they
It
had a
looked like a roller
hatchback.
skate. Yeah.
Let's see if I can find the non-convertible. All right,
It was
Geo
like a teardrop driving around, like,
Oh, there's a baby blue one of it.
right here, upper left. Let's see here.
I don't know. I saw one when I was googling it myself. Sorry.
All right,
There you go.
share
That's
this.
one I saw.
tab.
Yeah.
yeah. See, the pregnant roller skate.
Oh my gosh, it's got a growth on the back of it. That's all I see.
A growth
Like with a growth. Okay. All right.
Three-cylinder. Yeah. Yeah. Chris.
Got ads. Here we go. All right. What was the next question here? Okay. What is your weirdest quirk or habit?
Weirdest quirk or habit.
Something where
There
the
you go.
wife is just like, oh my gosh.
Okay, there is one. So, and a lot of people think this way. So when I go to a restaurant, I have to ask them, hey, can you bring me like one extra drink? Because the instant you lay that soda down in front of me, I'm gonna down it literally before you can. Especially if you lay it down in front of me and then put everybody else's drink. My friend, Kyle's like, it's disgusting on how quickly you can down a soda. He's like, you can down a soda faster than I can chug a beer.
Wow.
With a straw. I just go, all right, done. Here you go. I need a refill, please. So
I'd have brain
at
freeze.
the place I go to see my friend, when I go, the waitress, it's like a mom and pop restaurant. I sit down, and the lady brings me a pitcher of soda. She's like, here you go, and then Anne gives me my drink, and my friend's like, this week he was like, you should totally like do an Instagram reel where you push aside the regular drink and take your straw and just put it in the
In the pitcher.
But yeah, I and the funny part was I think I went through 2 pitchers that when I was with him.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
I love it. Okay, so that's your weirdest quirk. Okay. Cat or dog person?
Dog,
Dog. All right. Particular dog? Small dog, big dog,
medium sized.
medium?
Yeah.
All right. Favorite movie genre?
It's tricky. I'm a huge like Star Wars.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Star
Stormtrooper.
Wars and Marvel are my like jams.
That way.
I see every single one of them.
Yep.
But I'm also a huge like 80s flick movie.
Yes.
My favorite movie of all time is Back to the Future.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's Kevin.
And I'm really excited about this Axel Foley Netflix movie coming. I'm super excited. They have the whole
Yeah.
gang back. I think when I was in, I probably saw the original in Beverly Hills Cops at way too young of an age for.
Me too. I was hiding on the staircase when the parents weren't watching it with them.
I think my friend showed it to me, and I was like, "Wow, this movie is great!" And I would never ever show my kid that movie.
Yeah. Never.
in the second grade or whatever I was when I saw it, but.
And that one hits me because I'm from Detroit, grew up there. So Axel Foley is just, he's our, we've got a statue of RoboCop downtown, and now we need a statue of Axel Foley.
You do? You have RoboCop?
Yeah, we do. We just made a statue of RoboCop. Huge,
That's
huge
great.
bronze statue downtown.
See,
I'm like,
I
dude,
love
Axel
all those
Foley first.
old action comedy flicks as well.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. My wife hates that kind of stuff though, so I always gotta find time to watch my Star Wars stuff and my Marvel movies. I usually go to the opening nights by myself, and it's like that.
I
Yeah,
have
my
to
wife's
agree
not a
with-
movie person either.
With
My wife is
Omnitech.
a movie person. She loves movies, but she doesn't like the same genre of movie. She likes a wide variety of movies, as long as they're not in that like super action. Like I don't know. She likes like a good Liam Neeson movie, but and obviously any love romantic story. I actually like rom-coms too. I have a soft place in my heart for rom-coms, but I'm pretty diverse in a lot of things, and she's just like, it has to be this, and but she's also really where I'm like, no, that movie doesn't sound interesting. The weird small no name movies sound interesting to her too. So I don't know. It's weird. We have a hard time finding something to watch together usually.
Oh, wow.
But then when we find something, we're like, oh, this is great. And then the series ends and we're like, oh, now we got to find something all over again. So,
Yeah. I have to agree with Omnitech. That's two of my utmost favorite movies right there.
Interstellar's the only movie I can watch and still watch every second of it as if it's the first time I've watched it because there's so many
something
nuggets. Yeah.
What movie did you say?
Interstellar.
That is a really good movie. And Lucy is a very good movie.
And Christopher Nolan made that movie, and he is just—it's so deep of a movie you cannot process it all at once.
Isn't that the guy that's in it? The
Matthew McConaughey is in it.
no, the older guy. What's
Princess Bride count as a romantic comedy? That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Marriage. It's what brings us
Yeah.
together.
Marriage.
Hey.
marriage?
That my when I got married, that's what my the pastor that we had. He was a huge Princess Bride fan. He just kind of, it was great.
I grew
Right.
up in Detroit, but now I live in Delaware, and I'm literally like 30 minutes from where they filmed Runaway Bride,
Oh,
Berlin,
yeah,
Maryland. And my
yeah.
wife and I, for our anniversary last October, we went up and down the street where they filmed the whole movie. And we were just like, oh, it'd just be cool to walk around and see, what it was like down there. And they literally have, when you go into the tourist building, the spots where they filmed all the, you grab one of them little flyer
different
thingies and
scenes.
you see all these people walking down the street. Oh, this is where they filmed that shot. And I'm just like, yeah, brick building, looking good. All right.
Yeah.
I would be that. I really want to go to all the spots they shot Back to the Future. Like
Oh, yeah.
the I guess the owners for the McFly house, like
Yeah.
they are very keen to having people stop by, and like I think their neighbor is like super huge into it.
Wow.
Which I don't know, it's funny, but
Would you rather have the DeLorean or the Toyota pickup truck?
oh, the
Or was
DeLorean.
it Toyota or
I mean, I
Nissan?
want a DeLorean hands down.
Toyota. It was Toyota.
Toyota, yeah.
Yeah.
Toyota the original 4Runner, wasn't it?
I guess. I don't know. It was a pickup truck though.
Yeah, I love the DeLorean too. And one of my jobs in high school was detailing for a limousine company, and the owner had a DeLorean in his warehouse that was signed by DeLorean.
Wow.
Oh,
So
wow.
every time I would take the limos to the storage building to store them overnight so no one could break into them, there was the DeLorean, and I'd open that door and sit in there. And I'd
I bet.
I mean, it drove like trash, but it
Yeah.
was cool.
Right.
It was just the coolest thing, man. I love sitting in that thing. That was the only reason I wanted that job, is I knew he had a DeLorean, and I knew if I detailed cars, I'd get to sit in it.
There's a guy that worked on the DeLoreans for the movie a prop guy, and he lives around my area, and he still does that for a living. He modifies DeLoreans and
Oh, wow.
into being movie accurate. So he said, I think he told me at the time, it was a few years ago, he said it was like 60. If you had the DeLorean already, it would cost about $60,000. So
Wow.
it ticked out.
There's
Wow.
a vehicle near here. We usually pops up in the fall where a guy has one in our neighborhood here. It's like, I don't know, the town next door. Oh, I just. But anyways, he pops it out so everybody can come and have pictures with it. And
My wife is like, would you really drive? I'm like, absolutely. If I had one of
Yes.
those things, I'd be gladly
Yes.
driving that around.
yes, any day of the
Yeah.
week and twice on. Oh man, show up for church on Sunday in a DeLorean.
It'd be awesome.
Oh, love it. All right, favorite TV show.
TV show. I'm gonna have to say The Office.
Oh yeah, a buddy of
Office
mine
for
that
sure.
lives by that. Lives by it. Every meme and every GIF that he sends is from The Office. Loves it. He loves it.
My wife absolutely hated it, but I love the comedy and it's great.
Yeah.
We also were huge Lost fans, but
I loved Lost the first 2 seasons, and
And then it
then
got really hard to
it
follow.
lost me. Yeah,
Yep.
it lost me and left me.
Just like
behind.
Heroes. Heroes was the same way.
Yeah, I loved season 1 of The Heroes, and I'm like, this is gonna
Loved
be
it.
the greatest show ever. And what a
It got so
Disappointment
hard
that
to
turned
keep up with. Yeah.
and I don't know if I should even say this on here, but I'm going to just because I don't really care. But
Go ahead. Yeah.
I like watching The Bachelor and The Bachelorette with my wife, and I think I actually like to see how
the
oh,
Greek tragedy,
let's-
real
let's-
life Greek
let's plan
tragedy.
this drama for this season.
Yeah, I love watching the train wrecks.
Yeah.
All right, your favorite comedy of all time. Favorite comedy.
Comedy.
Yeah, just sit down. Friday night, we're gonna turn the lights off, and we're just gonna laugh tonight. What would be your go-to movie?
Oh yeah, it'd definitely be in the 80s. But
Yeah, gotta be. Mine's airplane.
Airplane.
I love airplane.
I'm gonna go with. I think I will go with. I'll go with Beverly Hills Cop. I don't know.
It's great. Another
Ain't
48
gonna fall for
hours.
no
That was
banana
a
in my
good
tailpipe.
one.
Yeah.
Spaceball. You know, I forgot about those Spaceballs. Oh
Spaceballs was
yeah,
great.
Oh, yeah.
great one.
The frog lady that was in there. Wow.
Yeah.
The same combination as my luggage.
Yeah. Pizza the Hut.
Yeah. Pizza the
My
Hut.
favorite line, I say it every time this comes up. I said comb the desert, not comb the desert. Did you find anything?
Okay,
We
but,
found
I don't
anyway.
know. Yeah, I probably, I'm not good at, coming on the fly with stuff, but yeah, I'm sure there's something funnier than Beverly Hills Cop, but yeah, those are some good ones right there.
All right. You just received a windfall. What's the first thing that you would buy?
Windfall?
Yeah. Money is no longer an object now. What are you getting? What's that first thing, that first luxury purchase?
Oh, I already said it too. A DeLorean. I'd be
DeLorean.
buying a decked out DeLorean like Back to the Future.
Yeah. Clay, I don't think I've ever asked you this one. What's for you?
What would I get?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't. I'm so simple. I'd probably get myself a studio.
Oh, yeah. Old-fashioned camcorder.
Oh, look at that.
I love it. My dad used to carry one of those all the time.
Do you recognize
That's like an old TV. Oh wait, that's Back to the Future.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Hey.
Have you seen the YouTube short that's going around where a car is going across the intersection, looks just like the DeLorean, and it like zips through the intersection, then disappears, but it hits a telephone pole. You just see it just disappears from the screen, and then you just see sparks everywhere. And then, but the music in the background is the moment where it's like,
Oh, that's great.
yeah, oh, I love it. I wish I could find it. I didn't even.
Yeah, I
think
mean, somebody one of my I met a guy at Sony Camera Camp, and he had a channel called Mike Unbox Warehouse, and he doesn't do much anymore on it now. But one day I had a big box that came to my door, and I'm like, "What is this?" And I pulled it out, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, I love you!" Like he knew I was a huge fan. He just went and found one of these, and it works, but I know it just sits on my shelf over. I have a back.
I almost thought it was fake because it looks so light when he's handling it.
Yeah.
Oh, I know it's kind of. I mean, it's not super heavy, but it's still a chunker,
Yeah.
No wonder your president has to be as an actor. He has to look good on television,
All right. What's the weirdest thing you would buy? Oh, wow.
Oh wow.
You have all the props from that.
Dude, him and Kevin would get along great.
Yeah.
He's even got the newspaper.
And a friend of mine was making guitar pedals, and he was like, "What you want to make a custom guitar pedal, like an overdrive pedal?" I'm like, "Yes." He's like, "What do you want to call it?" I want to call it Mr. Fusion Dual Overdrive Reactor, and just pretty much put like the same exact.
Yeah.
Anyways,
All right. What's the weirdest thing you would buy? Weirdest thing.
Weirdest thing I would buy?
Yeah. Just the crazy. Yeah, I just got to get this. There's no reason why. I just got to.
Weirdest thing I'd buy. I don't know. I'm not much of a materialistic guy unless you're talking about gear. Weirdest thing I'd buy.
I'm trying to think of what I would.
I would buy the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Just because.
I would buy a Cybertruck, but that's not really weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. We'll come back to that one.
Yeah, I guess come back to that one.
All right. Ketchup or mustard on your hot dog?
Mustard.
Mustard?
Or both, but mustard.
Really? So you're indifferent to it. Yeah. Oh my gosh. The looks I get when I put ketchup on my hot dog at the ballpark. It's like
Oh,
sacrilege to
I
some
think
people.
either one is fine, but if I had to choose only one, I probably would do mustard, or I'd be the guy that gets one mustard and one ketchup. I like them both.
Yeah. All right, and
At
you've already
home, I
answered this
do.
one.
Oh,
Question number 12. You ever? Oh, go ahead, Clay. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say at home I do all three. I do ketchup, mustard, and mayo on a hot dog.
Mayo. Yeah, I've never.
It's
I
good.
was a huge mayo fan until I haven't
I'm
had
sure you're
mayo
not
since
now.
August
Yeah,
1st.
yeah.
The last question doesn't count because you've already answered this. You're at a fancy steakhouse. Steak definitely costs over $20. Are you putting anything on it? And you've already said no condiments.
Oh yeah, no, hands down, no.
Yeah. So even before the diet, you would not. If you were at a steakhouse with a $28 steak, are you putting anything on that thing? Or are you eating it how the chef makes it?
Oh, before that, I was a condiment king, so I probably would have found a way to put a condiment on there. But I probably at a steak, and I never really put anything on my steaks unless there was like a really good like teriyaki glaze or something like that, or a bourbon glaze. I wouldn't mind putting something on there as long as they had a good flavor
That's
to
a
it.
lot. Those are healthier, I think, too, right?
I mean, they can be. For sauces now, it's so up in the air. I would never go to a restaurant now and just order a sauce unless I 100% knew.
The sauce thing. Are you at a point where you despise them, or you just stay away from it because you know it's bad for you? Like, I'll
I
give you an
stay
example.
away from it
I used to-
because I know how many calories are in them, and it's not worth it for me. Now, so what I started doing now is
Alex,
if I wanted a sauce, which we did like what are the where you cook your own food, the fondue.
Yeah.
The night and that was my cheat meal with my wife, and I had the sauces, but I tell you what, I dab it, or when I go to we went to Hibachi Grill, I'd just pull my plate over to the hibachi guy and just say, hey, can you just take that spoon and just dump it like a few times on my hibachi? I want a little bit of hibachi food with my white sauce, my yum sauce.
the yum
And
yum,
now
yeah.
I'd never even ask for a refill of it. Whatever they give me in that little thing, I just kind of like dab each little thing in it. I use a little bit of it, but before, I mean, I would just like before I just make everything swim.
I was just curious because, like, the only good example I have is because I haven't done what you've done. Is I had quit smoking. I smoked for like 34 years. I'm about 8 years past it, and I cannot stand them. Like before, I didn't mind it at all. So I was just curious if you hit a point where you just don't like it, or if you're just avoiding it.
Oh yeah, I mean, I like it. Now, I'm actually getting to a point now where I'm like, how did I douse everything in so much of it when I was, you're just kind of killing the flavor of anything. So to that point, I'm like, I do like where I'm at now, where I'm like, I don't need to like douse everything in a ton of sauce, but
Right.
yeah. Now, I mean, I would still use some of it if it wasn't for the calories in it,
Right.
Okay.
But
I found some I found some like G. Hughes 0 sugar sauces that are all like 5 calories a tablespoon. So I use some now. But even then, I still use it sparingly, and I'm not like half the bottle.
Right. Gotcha.
All right. Clay, did you have any questions?
No, I'm good.
I did see one question way back at the beginning from Kevin. Universal or Disney? Where are you going? If you're taking the family out, are you going to Universal Studios or are you going to Disney?
Well, if you ask me today, I would say Disney because we have Disney passes. But if I had to choose between them for personal, like which one do I like better? I like Universal better. Okay. But we have, since we live in Orlando, we have the parks at our disposal. So like last year we had Universal Studios passes. And after a full year of going like, every other weekend or a few times a month, you're like, all right, I've had enough of that. Let's go switch to the other one, and then we'll have Disney for this year. Next year, I'm totally getting my Universal passes back because they're opening that third park over down here. So I'm getting Universal going next year. But yeah, we usually have passes to one or the other every year. 'Cause it's just something nice to do on the weekends when we don't feel terrible. We can just go for like a few rides and leave and not feel like we need to stay there all day and get our money's worth. And then,
that was the worst when I went. just cramming everything in.
Trying to rush.
Imagine people paying like $130 a day to go to the park. I mean, if I was a family doing that, I'd be like, my kids are like, I want to go home. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Suck it up.
Yeah.
We paid for this. Like, we're not going home early today.
You're sticking it out. Yeah.
Shut your mouth, smile, and keep up.
Smile and keep up.
Yeah, keep moving. I remember when I went to Disney back in 2006. I spent $5,000 for 1 week, and the biggest waste of money was the hotel room. Like, I didn't know what I was doing going into it. Like, I want a nice room so when we're on our downtime we can relax. So I went to Sarasota Springs, which is like $500 a night for that room.
Oh gosh.
So I spent $2,000 on a hotel. And when you get there, you the only time you're in that room is to sleep.
Right.
Because you got to get up and you got to go and you got to cram and you're not getting home till 10 o'clock. And when you do, you're just crashed. And I was like, the biggest waste of money right there, $2,000. Just
Yeah,
give
I
me
live
a
in
tent.
Orlando, Florida. Well, I live in
Yeah, know
Oviedo,
your
they call
Joe.
it, but it's like one of the small towns.
Oviedo,
outside
yeah.
of
I'm
Orlando.
from Florida. I'm actually from Melbourne.
Oh, Melbourne. Okay, that's like 45 minutes from me.
Yep, I'm born and raised there. Melbourne and Palm Bay.
Yeah, I just remember the money I wasted going there.
Disney?
Yeah, I mean,
oh,
it's
gosh.
crazy. I can't. I don't know how people can afford it nowadays. Like, and the food prices are so astronomical. When I go, I bring me a big old backpack of like PB&J for the kid, and
Some
what I
protein
typically do is
bars.
we go to the park in if we go in the park and we get there in the afternoonish, we'll go have a good sized breakfast, and I just skip lunch, and I just eat breakfast, and then we find something else to eat for dinner.
What
And
are
then I bring a backpack for the kid for snacks because he can't make it through he can't skip any meals. So
what are the drinks in the vending machines now? Because in 2006 it was $4 for a drink. Doesn't matter what it was. If it was water, $4. You want a soda, $4. Whatever it was $4 a pop.
it's at least that, but I don't know. It's astronomical is all I know. And the funny part about it, like Disney, all their soda is covered. They're getting paid actually by Coca-Cola to sell there because Coca-Cola is using it as advertisement. So
Gotcha.
Disney doesn't pay anything for that soda when you're buying it. That's
Wow.
100% free for them, 100% markup. So they're making a killing on soda.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah, it's brutal. I remember the kids, every time we got off a ride, they wanted to go in the souvenir shop. Dad, we need a souvenir. Take a picture.
No.
No, it's like I can buy that on Amazon for a heck of a lot cheaper. No, you're not.
Yeah.
You want that?
And probably better
look at Amazon
quality.
when we get home.
Yeah, I was buying so much stuff in the first 2 days. I had to ship it UPS back home.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
no way I could get
Terrible.
it on the plane. I was like, we got to stop. This is it. We're done. No more gifts. So yeah, that's okay, man. It's good to know that I haven't missed out since 2006 as far as financial.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, I mean, I'm going to Disney tomorrow. So my
you?
wife is gone, so it's easy for me to take the kid there, and he gets excited, and we just go. So we'll probably go at lunchtime, and I got to pick my wife up at the airport tomorrow night. So we're gonna plan it so that we're on our way back home from the park. We're just gonna swing by the airport, grab her, and go home.
Yeah, if you happen to look at a vending machine, I'm just curious if it's still $4 or I'm just like
Now I'm gonna be curious. I'm gonna need to go find a vending machine tomorrow and see what
Yeah.
they are out of.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Those are all the questions I had. Clay, you said you didn't have any?
No, I think I asked.
Somebody said something about sour cream in the comment. I mean, sour cream is something that you can't skip. It's a sin. And I will tell you that I was a huge sour cream. So one of the ways I lost all my weight is I would eat a Chipotle style meal. So if I wanted to, I could go to Chipotle and it would be in the calorie range that I want. But I used to work there, so I know how to make the chicken. So I make the chicken once a week and just throw it in my fridge. But when I go to Chipotle, I would get it, but I wouldn't. I used to douse my meal in sour cream. That's one thing that I had to pull away from. Nope, no sour. And it's hard. I like sour cream. I find now that instead of using sour cream, I use non-fat Greek yogurt because it has a lot of protein in it. And then, honestly, when you mix the non-fat Greek yogurt into something, you can't tell it's not sour cream. So whenever I'm eating tacos, I put some non-fat Greek yogurt on it. Whenever I'm eating any Mexican dish. I usually if I go out Mexican, I bring a little container with me of non-fat Greek yogurt so that I can say
It's
no
not
sour cream
sweet?
and still put it on there. But and then I make tuna salad and chicken salad. Those are two very healthy. I can eat a full can of tuna salad and chicken salad, and it be under 200 calories just for that, and that can be like an entire meal. And I just instead of mayo, I used to make it with mayo and honey mustard. The honey mustard isn't too bad, so I use a little bit of squirt of honey mustard in there. But instead of using mayo, I now use non-fat Greek yogurt because when you mix everything up, you can't even really.
You don't notice?
It gives you that mayo consistency, but you don't really have that tart flavor of the Greek yogurt, especially when I mix my honey mustard in there with it. So I just found a lot of workarounds and cheats like that. But yes, I used to be a huge sour cream fan. But
I might have to try that.
Kevin had a good question. How do you take your coffee?
so that's a funny question too, because I used to not drink coffee at all before I started losing weight. And one of the things that I don't know, I heard is that having a lot of the caffeine makes your like metabolism kind of crank up because all the caffeine's like your body's go, 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 go. So before I liked my coffee with a little bit of coffee with my creamer, but that's terrible for you. So now what I do is I actually, and I do this, I have like probably 3 or 4 Yeti glasses of coffee a day, like an iced coffee. Because in Florida, who wants to drink hot coffee outside? But
No.
I drink iced coffee here. I go buy those K cups that you can make with iced coffee, and I go through about 2 boxes a week. There's of 12, so I make like 3 or 4 cups a day. And then what I do is I mix a little bit of a little bit of almond milk, non-sweetened vanilla, and then I have all these, they call it skinny Jordan mixes. It's like 0 calorie sugar syrup mix-ins, and they have a ton of flavors like birthday cake, peanut butter cup, cotton candy, a lot of these things, and I use those for my coffee. I use them for making ice cream and milkshake drinks, and I use them for mixing them in club sodas to give it to feel like I'm drinking a soda with 0 calories in it. Of like if it's like a fruit flavor, I might mix in I love the cotton candy. It reminds me of like the cotton candy soda at what's the country place? My wife's favorites.
The restaurant?
Yeah,
Cracker Barrel?
Cracker Barrel. They how they sell like the sodas.
Yeah.
They have like
yeah.
Cotton candy soda in the bottle, and then it tastes like you mix the cotton candy flavor of that into club soda. It tastes exactly the same, but no calories. So
I spend more money in their store than I do the restaurant. Waiting for your name to be called.
The
candy,
candies.
I'd stay away from candy.
I know.
Too, so I just pretty much just do all this 0 calorie, 0 sugar syrup, and then I'm doing it in my coffees every single day. So I know it's weird. I do drink a lot of fake sugar. I guess you could say 0 sugar or 0 calorie, but
Yeah.
the way I view it is it's the regular real sugar is just as bad for you as fake sugar. So I might as well have the fake thing that's gonna keep me thinner and all my blood work in good health than all red numbers and being extremely overweight. So
Yeah.
I'm going to bring this comment from Omnitex. I'm reading this, and I'm just like, I'm trying to wrap my brain around this.
feta cheese.
Red Cap milk, was that vitamin D?
Yeah, just the whole milk.
Okay. I didn't know if it was is that like an exotic milk or something?
No. Red cap. Yeah, just not the blue cap, not the green cap.
They only cook in lard.
Oh, because the red cap is like whole milk, essentially.
Yeah.
Yes. Saying, yes.
Okay. Olive oil and butter, and the meat must be from the farmer. I see the animal being prepped in front of me. Oof.
I never was a huge steak fan, but my cholesterol was through the roof, and I'm guessing it was a lot of the fried. I never ate vegetables either, and now I just freaking love Brussels sprouts. Give me some give me some Brussels sprouts, and I got this like baby carrot recipe that I make with brown sugar, but I substitute the brown sugar for Swerve brown sugar, so it's 0-calorie brown sugar, and it tastes so good. I even made it from my Bible study group, and they're like, "Oh wow, you gotta make your cooked carrots every time for us now." I'm like, "That's fine with me. It's actually a healthy side I can actually bring in and eat."
Yep, sounds good too.
So,
all right, one more from Kevin here.
Oh, I was just about
heavy
yeah.
whipping.
Sorry,
no,
I'm
never
taking-
stay away
you're
from
good.
that. It's like pouring just a glob of fat in your coffee.
best part.
No.
I
Putting
love it.
butter. Oh wait, I got this next one.
All right.
I don't get that one.
No.
They were totally on the what do they call it? The keto diet, where you can eat a bunch of meat, but you can't eat any. You can eat fat, but you can't eat
Yeah.
carbs.
Jordan Peterson, I think, is on that. He's famous for all meat diet. He said it's brutal, but it keeps him sharp or something. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Like
I'm
he's the first
I'm
person
not
I've
on
ever heard of an
any
all meat
specific
diet.
I'm just like, watch my calories. Calories in, calories out. You can eat whatever you want, but if
Just
you eat
count
more
calories.
calories than your body burns, then you're gonna get fat. That's all. I mean, that's all I really do. Is, and everybody's like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" I'm like, calories in, calories out. Just watch my calories and trying to find stuff that works in the numbers. And if I want to lose weight, eat less calories than my body's burning a week. Plus, I burn about 1,000 calories a day on the elliptical. So,
Yeah.
carbs are the problem. Yeah, I can see that.
All right, here we go.
Yep.
Here we go. Red Cabin Acoustic. You know what's coming.
Oh, please do.
The On the Level podcast with Clay and your host, Mike Newman.
Thank you,
That's Red,
courtesy
that's Red
of-
Cabin.
Yeah. And you see the ticker down below. I always got to do this because this guy's going to be reading my eulogy when I die. He knows this.
His voice sounds great.
Oh, I
It
know.
does.
Let's
It's
do one more
amazing.
time. Just one more time.
Do it again.
The On the Level podcast with Clay and your host, Mike Newman.
I mean, he sounds
I
like
just-
a late night
I know.
like AM talk radio station person.
Barry
you know?
White
It's
meets
crazy,
Morgan
right?
Freeman. Yeah. I just love it, man. Joe's an awesome guy, and he does voiceovers.
He
and stuff.
reminds me of what's the one guy here? And you think about that, you know?
Man, who is that?
You think about that. That's,
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I don't know, but man,
he does the Bible thoughts for the day on
Yes.
the Christian radio stations.
Yep. I can't remember his name, but yeah, his voice is just like voice of God stuff. You know, if God wanted to do if God wanted someone to orate his Bible, he'd pick Joe.
Steve Brown is the guy's name.
Steve Brown. Yeah.
Steve Brown from Key Life.
Great voice. Great voice.
Yes. Very good voice.
Yeah, I love me some Joe. I tell you that. And I'm already saving up money to buy his plane ticket. So I told my wife, like, I'm gonna create a separate account. So when I die, you buy his plane ticket to fly him out to read my eulogy. So
my wife is, we're going to die notebook style. We're going to die together. So we're not making this up plans.
Notebook style, huh?
I told my wife, if I die, I don't no fancy funerals. Cremate me and dump my ashes in the place where I fish all the time.
Yeah, I don't want anything expensive. Give me the cheapest. I don't care. I'm gone. I'm not gonna care about this place at all when I'm gone.
Yeah. I made that mistake. Like when my dad passed away and I was in my 20s, I unloaded everything I had, the best of the best. Oh, there's grave blankets? Oh yeah, sign me up. No, give me the best one you got. You know, oh, there's 2 vaults. There's a vault plus a line. Give me the liner. You know, now I spent $10,000 on his funeral, and I live in another state now. Like I can't even go to his grave site. I'm like, I just spent all that money on a grave that I don't even go to. So yeah, I just like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't waste your money on that kind of stuff. That's just a money grab on their part.
Yeah.
So yeah, just burn me and put me in a pizza oven. Don't even pay for a cremator. Just ask me.
I definitely want to. I don't like the whole open casket looking at me. I don't want that. I don't want nobody. So burn me as well.
Yeah. Yep, and don't leave me in the house. I don't want to be put in a coffee pot by accident at 10 o'clock at night.
No, do
Someone
what you
trying
want
to,
with it, I guess. But
I do that every night. Like I'm just sitting here thinking, I'll go downstairs to set my coffee pot before I go to bed, so it's brewing when I wake up. I could smell it, helps me wake up. Like just one night, if I, half asleep, just put the wrong stuff in there. So I was like, do not bring me into the house, and I end up being in a coffee pot somewhere because it's gonna happen. So, yeah. Joe, I did some Christian voiceovers a couple years ago, by the way. Great stuff. Great stuff. All right. What else we got here?
Are
we all caught up in the chat?
Well, I mean, relatively, I'm just looking
bit.
for relevance, as to where we're at. Yeah. Kevin was mentioning that he just did that with his dad. The cremation.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I want, man. I don't want to be looked at. It's just weird. I've seen a few, and I'm like, no, I don't think this is how I want to be.
Yeah, dust to dust.
Yep.
Start from dusk back to dust.
Did you nail all your questions?
Yeah, I got them all. I got them all pegged. I appreciate it, Paul. Man, it's awesome having you on tonight, man. It's awesome.
I love it. Love hanging out with people and talking. I wish I could do this all the time.
I know.
Yeah.
And get paid. Yeah. We'd all be rich.
Yeah. What was your dream growing up? The job you wanted that was a dream. Like for me, I wanted to be a talk show, like a sports talk show host, 4 hours talking sports.
I wanted to be in a band. I wanted to be in a band.
So did
and
I.
I kind of morphed into being like a worship leader for a church. That's kind of like I grew up leading for my youth group when I was in high school. So that's kind of the whole reason for me even learning guitar and stuff like that. So
that's the biggest thing too. Like I was talking to Earthworks, and they were reaching out to me because they realized I was a pastor and I had a gear review channel, and they're like, "Hey, man, we'd really love for you to write an article on the importance of, the right equipment, and the importance of EQing, for live performance, how important it is, but also like the untapped resource of if you go to church, you could learn audio for free."
Yeah.
They live off volunteers. If you're, mid-sized to lower-sized church, it's all volunteer driven. You get access to gear. That's how I learned. Everything I went to college for to learn sound didn't apply anymore. Like, we're no longer using like physical tape and editing tape and splicing tape. We're digital now, so we're no longer using the analog boards. We have digital. Like everything that I learned was no longer applicable. Like the only thing that was the same was the RE20 was still a thing. The mic I used in the 1990s is still out there. Everything else, nothing applied. So they asked me to join the sound team. I didn't know how to play any instruments. And I was like, man, it just helped me rediscover my love for audio. And it's like, man, anybody that goes to a church, you want to learn audio gear, you want to learn EQing and stuff like that, and mics. Dude, volunteer for your church. And
they're always looking for people doing that stuff too, because I feel like most places I go to, there's like one guy, and then when he's out, you're like everybody's freaking out because like nobody else knows how to run this stuff.
And no one's gonna yell at you because you're volunteer. They need you. Like you're not paid to do it. You're a volunteer, so they love you. It's like you can make mistakes and not feel the pressure. Now, of course, no one ever notices who your audio guy in church is until the feedback kicks in mid sermon or something. Someone turns that mic on.
Hey, turn those drums down, please.
Yeah, that piano's too loud. Turn it down. Piano's not even in the mics. Or, it's not even in the mics. That is off the stage. Like, what we want to do? Tell her to press the keys lighter. I don't know what else to tell you. But yeah, it's like, man, church is an excellent way for people to learn audio, and it's just, and no one does it. They just go in, and it's just that's how I got in there. And we had Mackie gear, Mackie boards, digital boards, and I loved it. I loved it.
Oh, yeah, digital boards, man. When I started, I remember those Mackie boards. There were DL 4. I don't know. They're all analog.
Yeah,
big old honker because you had to have it. You couldn't have press a button and there's a whole nother row of channels.
No, our Mackie boards have the software Master Fader apps. So you have your iPads and you download
now,
it, open
yeah,
it up.
yeah.
Yeah, and everything is just it's right there. And I miss my dials. I miss the physical knobs. I would prefer to have those. Because sometimes it's like you got to go somewhere and you got to, all right, all of a sudden there's a frequency popping up and you got to hunt that frequency. You got to hit this button to go into
hit
that
this
button
button
to
to
go
go
into
turn
that
it
one
up, yeah.
instead of just reaching for that one knob. I miss that. But, it's easier to teach new people on because it's not as daunting to look at an iPad screen that it is a huge board that's 3 foot by
huge
4
thing,
foot.
yeah.
Yeah.
It would be
Plus now you
intimidating.
can like save us if you can like go to the board, make it sound pretty decent, save the setting, and then really all the person behind the board now has to do for the most part is to just kind of move some faders when just to control the volume and mix
Oh.
everything, you know.
And it is so simple. And we have a guy that started learning how to volunteered for sound, and he constantly goes to the gain as his first. Whenever something's wrong, if someone's too quiet, he literally said this one time, and I hope it's past his bedtime. One of our pastors came up to open up the service, and it was feedback, intense feedback. We're like, dude, what happened? The first service, he was fine. The second service, where did that come from? He's like, well, he's got more testosterone in his voice than everybody else. Why are you going to the gain for testosterone? Like, are you listening to yourself? Stop. Don't touch you dial in your gain. You just dial all Thursday night practice. You dial all that stuff in, and Sunday it's about just playing with your faders. You know,
only go for the gain on an emergency. Come on, man.
yeah, and that's his go-to. He always, if you need more volume, he goes to the gain, and it's feedback, and it drives us nuts. It's painful. But yeah, it's a great place to learn audio. So.
Sure.
What was Joe saying earlier about the church? The comment you had up there earlier.
Oh,
I didn't get a chance
oops.
to read it.
Wrong one.
Churches
Just
are a
saying
great
that
place
they're-
to be and learn.
Yeah.
Yeah. Learn instruments. You know, guys, they're looking for worship team players all the time. You want to learn how to play guitar for free? Tell someone you want to be on the worship team, but you don't want to play. Someone on that team's going to take the time to teach you how to play so they could have a Sunday off. You know.
Yeah.
I mean, we were a smaller church at first, but we've grown to like a mid-size. You know, we were anywhere between 250 to 400 on a Sunday, but on our worship team, every Sunday is 10 people up there. But we used to have like 3, maybe 2, and now they're falling. Before you know it, they're like dropping in like paratroopers through the ceiling. You know, oh, you need a bass player? There's like 3 of them coming in through the windows. You know. Because we don't put our bass player in a closet. We let them sit outside on the stage and be seen. But yeah, that's good stuff.
8 tracks.
Man.
They were a thing.
Yeah.
Like when I was like that big.
Yeah. When I was 7 years old, staying at my grandparents' house for Friday nights, there was 8 tracks everywhere, and I was like, "What are these?"
Yeah.
I was in cassettes, mixtapes.
Yep.
That was my jam.
That's crazy though. That DVDs, CDs, those aren't even like a thing anymore.
I have a CD player in my car, and I don't have any CDs left.
I gotta find out where it's streaming. Oh, it's not streaming anywhere for free? Dang.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I
That's
have the
how-
movie on Blu-ray that I bought like years ago, but I gotta go out and plug my Blu-ray player back in.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have one at least. I don't even have a DVD player.
Your PS5.
Oh, that's
That's
true. No,
Blu-ray.
I've got the digital version.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. Well, then you have to get the because I have an external drive you can plug into it for like was it $45 or something.
Oh, it's got a DVD player?
Yeah, you plug it into your PS5 if you want to play Blu-ray. It's an attachment.
I
They
could
sell
do
now.
that.
Napster.
Napster. Yeah, Napster. What was the other one? LimeWire.
LimeWire.
Yes.
LimeWire.
Yep.
Yeah. LimeWire.
Wow.
See, now you get thrown in jail if you use
Oh,
any of that.
that's one. And this came from Kevin's podcast. I love asking this one. Who is your guilty pleasure on the radio? Like you would never admit it in public that you like that person, but when it's on, you crank the volume up.
Oh, I've got so many of those. My wife's like, and I've been posting them. I started posting them on my my Instagram stories recently. I'll take a picture of my dash and say, "Ooh, great '80s flick," but my '80s jams are like soft rock and roll, like the love ballads from
Careless
Journey, and
Whisper.
like some good old air. So give me some good old Air Supply or some
Holding the radio
Wow.
over your head.
Richard Marx. Give
Oh,
me
Richard Marx. Now you're
Richard Marx,
talking.
man.
Oh wow.
I remember I was like 9 years old, and we did a fake concert as kids. Me and my two sisters, like lip syncing in our backyard to my mom and dad. Like Richard Marx was my song, and it was like cringe, total cringe. But yet when he's on the radio, there I am singing it again, like I'm the one on the stage, and I can't sing.
That's funny. We didn't do a concert. We did a break dancing show.
We had cardboard cutouts for guitars. Just get cardboard paper, cut out a guitar.
Toto. Is that what it is?
Toto, yeah.
Toto.
Yeah.
A lot of great just love ballads there, and then obviously he has the Africa song.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Rush.
yeah.
I loved Rush. Love the drummer from Rush. That's great
Yep.
stuff. Pink
Rush.
Floyd. Loved Pink Floyd. Fleetwood Mac.
Fleetwood Mac is good, yeah.
Oh man, yes.
Foreigner, I love Foreigner.
Yes. What was the other one? Duran Duran.
Duran, yeah. Hall and Oates. Bohemian Rhapsody that's never gonna die.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's always gonna stay alive.
And I mean, I'm saying Whitney Houston had some amazing
Oh, yeah,
love
she did.
ballads
Oh, yeah.
back then.
And die.
Yeah. Dude, she had a good voice.
Yeah. You can't help but do that in the car. As you're driving, like hands are off the wheel.
Yeah.
Cars like going between lanes, Everybody's looking at you funny. It's okay. I got Whitney Houston on. Just back up. Oh, that's great. Hotel California. Yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Dirty
that was a good one.
Laundry. Dirty Laundry. Oh, I love that one. I blow my speakers out with Dirty Laundry from Don Henley.
Don Henley's
This
got
is-
another.
Joe, I grew up with a lot of the country. My dad was into country music and Willie Nelson. I mean, all that stuff. I like everything. So, but this hits home. I remember that same feeling. We lived in Montana for a little bit.
Oh, I want to live there.
Oh, we lived like
Get me away from
Wait.
people.
Jefferson
We were-
Airplane. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
we were way out there.
And
too.
Jefferson Starship. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Heart. I loved
Heart.
Heart.
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Oh, we didn't ask.
Oh
This
yeah.
is for Paul. This is
Soft.
for Paul. Soft.
Soft or
So
hard.
you're on the wagon there with Mike.
You're
I
soft
like
too?
soft. No,
Yeah.
I'm not.
I love.
I
soft.
like them. I just love my hard tacos. I have taco plates that have little grooves so that the shells will stand up on their own.
I love. If I could only choose one, I would choose soft. I do like hard, but I'm more like the soft ones. So I love Tijuana Flats. They do the double stacked tacos. Those were delicious, but
Yeah.
I haven't had
Oh.
those in a while.
I have an affliction. I was telling Clay this earlier. I cannot stand a hard shell taco, but I love the nachos, the grand nachos. Or is that what they
Yeah.
are? The
I love-
What is the
Nachos Del
difference?
Grande.
I love chips and salsa. Like that's
Yeah.
one thing that like when I
Yeah.
want a cheat meal, give me some chips and salsa. Like hands down, I want go to a Mexican place and just eat as many of those things as
Yeah.
I possibly can.
It
and
makes
that's
no
usually
sense.
the good salsa too at a
Yeah.
little Mexican restaurant.
And, I mean, one of my healthy meals, believe it or not, is Chili's. They have
Oh.
a margarita chicken there, and that meal is 660 calories. So if you just go there and eat the margarita chicken, and you can even make it because it has grilled chicken, black beans, and rice. If you can make it even healthier if you substitute the rice for like broccoli. It would like cut it. It would cut it even down to like 400 and something calories. But I'm cool with the 660 calories. The people at Chili's know me by name because my son loves the dang pizza there, and I like eating that because I know it's going to be healthy for me. And every time I go there, no matter if I'm doing a cheat meal or not, I will always eat the chips and salsa that they give you. So
They have a healthy
Yeah.
pizza.
no, they don't have healthy pizza. No.
Oh, I
My
thought you
kid
said-
loves pizza though. My kid eats the pizza and
Okay.
he's on it.
Oh, I could
He's
eat
a-
pizza 3 days a week, 4 days a week, every day. Honestly, I could eat it every day.
So this is funny. BJ's brew house. I don't know if they have any where you guys are at. If I'm down
No.
here, and one of their famous things is like deep dish pizza. They have a ton of things on their menu, but that's one of the things they do. And they have the adult entree. You can choose between the sizes. You can choose either a personal pan, or you can do like a 10, and then when you start getting the 10-inch and all those, you have to split them with somebody. But they have a personal pan. It's like $15 for a personal pan. And I looked at the kids meal and it said kids pizza, and I was like, hey, I'm just curious. I asked the waiter this week. I was like, is that kids meal? Is it similar size to the personal pan? He's like, can I tell you a secret? I'm like, sure. He's like, it's the same size. It's the same thing as personal.
It's the same thing. Yeah.
I'm like, the personal pan pepperoni pizza is like $15. The kids meal is $7.45, and it comes with
Wow.
one
Like it
side
fries, yeah.
and includes your
Yeah.
drink. Okay, I'm gonna get it. So the other day I ordered a kids meal with my son. We both got the pizza and fruit, and I got a drink with it for free.
So you ate for
All included.
$12.
So we both ate for like, I walked out of there. Normally this place is kind of expensive. Like all the adult entrees are like 15 and up. I walked out of there paying like, I think it was like $20 for both of us.
Right.
Wow.
With the tip.
Yeah.
I love it. The hidden secrets. I can't think. There's somewhere I go. With me having pots now, I can't eat big meals. So it's like I'm cheap now everywhere I go.
You can't eat big meals because of what?
I have POT syndrome, post-orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. So my heart can't circulate blood to my body when I get like gravity. When you stand up, sit down, your heart rate changes to adjust to
Okay.
make sure the blood's pumped to your brain into the upper parts. My body can't do that. So if I'm sitting for too long or standing for too long, all my blood just pools to the bottom. And one of the other things is I have small fiber neuropathy, so the nerve endings don't work. So my stomach does not pump food through, so that there's the entrance and the exit, and my exit stays closed. So I can't eat large meals because it'll just get a traffic jam in there, and then my next meal goes in and it just has nowhere to go. So I have to eat small meals, so that way
More
when it
frequently
does,
throughout the day, which is actually healthy for you.
yeah, I felt
Yeah.
a difference too. That's why I resonate with your video about how lifestyle changes makes a difference. Like even though I have a sickness now, I technically feel better when I'm good than I've ever felt. When my windows, I live in 4-hour windows. Like I get tired after 4 hours and I have to shut it down. But them 4-hour windows are the best 4 hours I've had in years. Just because I'm eating less and I'm eating right,
Doing everything right now. Yeah.
yeah. And so I'm able to get more done in a 4-hour window than I was able to do as a workaholic that works 16-hour days, 2 jobs. So yeah,
Makes sense.
Yep. But yeah, pizza. I love pizza. To me, if I had to do that, I'd do that because every day would be a different pizza place. 'Cause they have a different flavor to it.
I can eat pizza there. I've found that most New York slices is like 100, and they range, depends on the place, but usually like 150 to like 200 calories per. So if I limit myself to like two and a half slices, I'm fine. It's just before I could go there and eat 4 slices and walk out there.
Oh yeah, I won a pizza eating
Belly aching.
contest. I had 22 slices.
Oh my God.
I tied with
Really?
someone who had 22. We both had 22 slices, but I kept mine in my stomach. He lost
Ah.
his, so I won on default because he had to go to the bathroom.
But I mean, I don't know.
22
it's
slices,
hard.
man.
It's hard to go out to eat. You have to really try hard because, like, you look at them. If you look at now, a lot of places are having the calorie counts on the menus, and they trick you. They'll be like, "This meal is 1,800 calories, plus you get 2 sides." But the 2 sides aren't a part of that. So you're talking about if you actually, and then the sides are like 300 or 400 calories each, and you're like, man, you could walk out eating more than a full day's of calories just by one restaurant meal that I would have downed no problem and had another one later in the day.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's hard, but I don't know.
Colby said, "Pizza
Yeah.
life is the best life."
Yep.
I'm telling you, I do eat pizza like 3 times a week for dinner. I just go to different places. I have 3 pizza places I
no.
like, so I make sure like 3 days a week I go to eat one. I get pizza from one of those 3 places, and I hit all 3 throughout the week.
My son would love that.
Yeah, I love it, and I eat too much of it, by the way.
What do you guys
put pineapple
have?
on your pizza?
Yes.
I love
do
pineapple on
pineapple.
pizza.
Oh,
There's
love it.
there's a place here that does pineapple and cherries.
What cherries? That's interesting.
Cherries.
Never had that one
Good.
before.
It's really good.
I bet it would be good. I mean, I
It's
love
ham-
cherries, but
Ham, pineapple, and cherries. Like
so
the
here's what I do.
maraschino.
I substitute the ham for pepperoni and do pepperoni and pineapple. I think it's delicious.
Never tried pepperoni. I'll try that I'll try that this week because I always do ham and
Yeah.
pineapple,
Pineapple's good on pizza.
and it's pandemic proof. Like if you love pineapple, like when we had COVID, I remember walking into the grocery store and shelves were like cleaned out. But when you went to the frozen food section, the only like you just literally 50 feet of empty freezer, and then there was like 2 rows of Hawaiian frozen pizzas right there. I'm like, dude, I'm good, man. I don't even have to buy them all at once. They're gonna be here tomorrow. Just come in, buy the one, save the freezer.
So you're saying
space.
when a hurricane hits me here in Florida, I know what pizza still will be there. Okay.
Yeah. Like it was mid-COVID. I'm like, dude, I'm good. I'm not going to starve in COVID.
What do you
man.
guys have for pizza places? Both of you.
So many. Oh gosh. Let's see here. We have all the big, obviously the big Papa John's, Pizza Hut,
Yeah, Papa
Domino's. We have a place called Marco's. It's kind of like still a faster food.
I've heard of Marco's. Never seen one, but heard of it.
And then we have a ton of I feel like a lot of people from California and New York are moving to Florida, so we got a lot of these like places that you would normally find. Like, so we have a lot of
Like mom and pop
New York style pizza places that are popping up down here. A few of them I really want to try. That they rave. They're supposed to be like their whole saying is that it's not the water that makes the pizza so good. You know,
That's all we have. We have a Domino's, but aside from that Domino's, it's all mom and pop places. It's it.
Oh, we're loaded with pizza places out here. We got Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, Domino's, Hungry Howie's.
Hungry Howie's.
And then, but what I eat is the local shops, though. We got a place called Brothers Pizza, which kind of reminds me like
Yep.
it's a tough, thin pizza. They like the crust is tougher, but it's thin. I love it. I love the grease on that thing. I like pizza where you could literally write your name on a napkin and grease as it's dripping out, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I went to St. Augustine and my family ate at a pizza place over there, and I was like, the grease that's falling off that, I'm not touching that pizza. They don't put the small mom and pop places don't put calories on anything, so I'm like, there's just no way that I'm walking out of here healthy if I eat that. I'm not touching that.
Oh, I'm not going there to eat healthy.
It's all the
No, no.
cheese and the meat, all that grease.
Yeah. So there's
Yeah.
that, and there's Laurel Pizzeria, which is, we live in a town called Laurel, but they're Mediterranean family from the Mediterranean. So their pizza is it's awesome. Love it. And then there's a place called Pizza King out here too, and they're the most expensive. But I swear they put
That's
heroin.
weird. Pizza King?
Yeah, and they put heroin in their pizza sauce. I swear they do because I'm addicted. Like,
Is
it's crazy.
is it a chain?
It's a local franchise. They're around here.
Because
sprinkled.
there's a Ma and Pop Pizza King here.
Yeah, it must
Just
be
one.
a
There's just
yeah.
one.
Must be a local franchise or something. Because there's 3 within driving distance of my house, within like 15 minutes.
There was a place in Gainesville near the University of Florida that I absolutely loved. It was called Leonardo's Pizza. And man, they had the best deep dish Chicago, like the square pizza.
Chicago is
man.
good though, man. I haven't had a good Chicago in a long time.
Kevin was asking Little Caesars ? Little Caesars
yeah.
is a Midwest pizza from Detroit. The people who own Little Caesars are the same people that own the Detroit Red Wings, Detroit Tigers, and yeah, and it's a local
$5
Detroit
hot and ready,
thing.
man.
Yeah, $5 hot and ready.
Not
Absolutely love it.
anymore. They're more than that, aren't they? Ours are.
Well, they come up with a new one, the extra most bestest, so you get more cheese, more whatever, and
Yeah.
I get that one.
We
Yeah.
have a Little Caesars in Massachusetts, not where I live, but I don't go there that much. That's not pizza to me. It's okay.
Oh, Joe says he has a Pizza King in Ohio too.
That is so weird.
The pizza is pretty decent at Costco's, and I hear they lose money on those things.
Really?
Huh.
Yeah, whenever we have a birthday party, we usually have, if somebody has a Costco membership, we just have them, because you can get a big old humongous box of pizza.
Yeah, them things are like gourmet style. I mean, they're fat, they're huge, loaded
And
with toppings.
they're cheap too.
Yeah, because every time I buy like the Red Baron pizzas or something, or the DiGiorno's pizza, I always end up buying cheese in the store to sprinkle on top because they go so light on the cheese. But you go to Sam, you don't have to touch it; they load it up. Love it. Red Cabin Acoustic and Domino's is from Ypsilanti, Michigan. Yeah, Domino's from So Domino's and Little Caesars are both Southeast Michigan, and yeah, those are the big ones. I remember the nerd guy, the nerd character. Walmart frozen pizzas, yeah.
They are good, believe it or not.
You know what? You guys have 7-Elevens
Yes.
near you? That is
We
the
don't.
guilty pleasure pizza. I don't know what it is, but when I was working HVAC for a side job for a while, second income, we would always stop at a 7-Eleven and grab a pizza from there, and they were good.
Ours is Cumberland Farms. They've got good pizza. They're actually good, but it's like cheap,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
They got Wawa's now.
Yeah, Wawa, yeah. I haven't had the Wawa pizza.
Racetrack. They have one. They have them there.
They do pizza now. Racetrack.
Yeah.
Uh,
They I think they have a deal like where you get, if you buy a pizza, you get a free fountain drink.
Our local pizza place on Thursdays, if you order a large pizza, you get a free small pizza. So the other day I ordered I forgot it was Thursday. I just ordered 2 large cheese pizzas, extra cheese. I go in there, they got 4 of them sitting, 2 large, 2 smalls. We ate the smalls, we never touched the larges. So we ate the free pizza and we were left with the 2 large pizzas that were like 25.
I made my kid pizza last night, frozen pizza. It was like one of the I didn't care as much because it was like the $3, I don't know, it was like $3 for frozen pizza at Walmart, and when it was like Tony's or whatever, one of those off brands.
yeah.
And I was trying to hide the pizza. My dog is a counter surfer, so I put the pizza. I gave my son his slices. I put the pizza tray in the microwave, and then we finished up. I did it, packed them, put them on the bed, and I went off and was watching YouTube videos or something like that later. Tonight I went to go put something in the microwave and nuke it for my dinner tonight, and I was like, or no, for lunch today I went to go nuke melt some cheese on, and I was like, I opened it up and the pizza tray and half the pizza was still in there. I'm like, well, there goes that. Dang it. Throw it away in the trash can.
Oh, it stayed all night.
Yeah.
Man.
I hate that. I was like, the Jewish person in me was like, I'd want to try to eat this right now.
Yeah.
Not waste it.
It probably would have been okay.
I mean, it probably would. I'm like, it could have been all right if I gave it to my son, but I'm not going to do it. No.
I have the same mindset where I don't want to waste food, so I eat it. But then it's funny how our mind works because in order to not waste the food and the money, we'll overeat and then waste half a day of production because we're like laid out on the couch. Somehow that registers in our mind like it was a good business transaction.
That was just the smart thing to do, right?
It's like, man, I just lost half a day because I've been laid out on the couch like a beached whale. Yeah. I have an Aldi near here. I never had a frozen pizza from there.
Oh yeah, I took that off because nobody was. But I've never had theirs either.
I don't really. I hate going there. I don't know. Sometimes it's hit or miss whether it's fresh. I don't touch the
You're
produce there or anything. But
I
No, yeah.
100% agree with you.
No.
And if you do get produce from there, you need to eat it before you get home.
Yeah. I get like the packaged meats, like the pre-made ribs that are already like pre-cooked and you just got to reheat them. Like I try to take stuff like that to lunch
Yeah.
where, I'm working in the office and I just want something other than a sandwich for lunch. I'll get stuff like that from there.
Yeah. There is certain things I like there, but there's a lot that I don't, especially the produce is real iffy.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't do the fresh stuff from there.
do you guys like pancakes and waffles?
Pancakes. I can't do waffles and I don't know why.
I like waffles better, but neither one of them, because I have sugar issues, and if I eat that at breakfast, 2 hours later I'm dropping like a rock.
I used to be a big biscuits and gravy guy. I love dang biscuits and
Oh,
gravy.
yes.
Oh, me too.
You're making me hungry now.
But
That's-
like,
Great.
now you're talking my
I went to
language.
go cheat the other day, and I'm looking at the dang friggin' I had first of all I had pancake. I never eat pancakes ever, and I had them the other day, and I was like, wow, I actually kind of like this. It's good. I don't know if it's because I just haven't had that kind of stuff in a while, but I'm like, man, I really like this. But I always wanted to do the freaking biscuits and gravy, but dang, they're so hot. I mean, it's like 1,800 calories for the biscuits and gravy breakfast.
Oh, it's got to be easily, yeah.
It's like
Go to IHOP. Just blow out your calories in like one bite. They do the pancakes with like the syrup and the whipped cream.
dude, I've been trying to get my kid out the door on one of these. Now that I can cheat every once in a while, I've been wanting to go to do the Golden Corral breakfast buffet because I just want a little bit of everything.
Yes.
I didn't even know they had a breakfast buffet. That must be new.
Only on the weekends.
Yeah.
We used to have one nearby, but it closed down. I don't know what's in its place. I know it's not Golden Corral.
Probably a
Do you-
Chinese buffet.
Do you guys remember Ryan's?
Ryan's. I remember Ryan's. Yes, Ryan's Steakhouse buffet. Yeah.
That was way better than Golden Corral.
Oh, hands down was way better. Yeah.
That
I had
was such a good.
Bonanza.
My utmost favorite Ryan's Steakhouse was in Hagerstown, Maryland, right off of 81. I would stop there. I used to be a truck driver, so I used to drive over the road, and I would go out of my way just to go to that one, because it was like the food. It wasn't probably very good for you. I just know that when you're eating on the road, it was the cleanest food I could find.
Yeah.
Like it was good
Yeah,
food.
staff
Like if you wanted a
matters.
What?
Yeah, staff matters. Like the sign doesn't mean it's a great place. It's who's working in there. So if you've got attentive staff, service
Right.
matters. So I'll drive past one. Yeah, Bonanza Steakhouse. But I was talking. That's the one breakfast all you can eat place I went to. But yeah, I'll drive past one to get to the other because the service is better. And
Hands
my
down,
dad
yeah.
told me to where like if you had a chef like wherever he went, if it was a good meal, like you could tell it wasn't just like microwave.
Yeah.
Or whatever, he would tip not just the
remember.
waitress, he would tip the cook.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go.
Yeah, he would always and then they loved him. Like, oh, this is Denny's here again. Denny's here at Denny's.
I remember
Order that steak.
Sizzler. Wasn't Sizzler kind of like a Ponderosa type place?
I don't know.
I remember Sizzler. He's
I
out
remember
west too, isn't he?
Quincy's, but I've never ate there. I remember that name.
Quincy's.
Is that a Florida thing too? Not just Texas, Florida? Because I have family in Florida. I go down.
It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever been to one.
What?
Quincy's.
Quincy's. I feel like they used to be down here, but I don't feel like
wait
there's
a
any
minute.
more left.
There was one in Melbourne. Now that I think of it, there used to be one in Melbourne right off of Babcock. There was a Quincy's a long time ago. There was also a Stacy's buffet. I don't know. None of them come close to Ryan's to me. So
Never. I missed out on the Ryans show.
oh
We need a time machine.
Yeah, hot tub
Yeah.
time machine. Loosen the bones up before I eat.
yeah, get the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
All right, man. 3 hours. We made it.
Man,
We're here.
it's like 11 o'clock, and now I'm freaking hungry. What the heck?
I know.
I know.
Biscuits and gravy. You just triggered something. I'm like ready to go knock on a door somewhere. Open up.
Well, that's I didn't even eat dinner. I had a couple of crackers and cheese. And then I came up.
I want Big Boy's biscuit and gravy now.
Biscuits and gravy sounds
From
good.
Big Boys.
Big Boys.
Yeah, I love that restaurant.
Isn't that like doesn't what's the other buffet breakfast buffet place?
Shoney's.
Shoney's.
Yeah.
I think so because for the longest time, Shoney's always had a Big Boy out there holding their sign up.
Oh my.
Yeah, making me feel really old. Yeah,
Yeah. The Shoney's they used to have a ton of them everywhere, and now I think there's still one down here, but it's really close to Disney or something. One of those places. It's really hard to find a Shoney's.
There was on 192. If you like, you know 192.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a Shoney's there in Melbourne.
All right. Got a new person joining.
Yeah, I haven't been to Melbourne in a long time.
We do. This one right there. How you doing, man?
Broken Brain Show. Just to let you know that you jumped in, we're giving away a free Fine microphone. Fine is giving away a free microphone here on the podcast.
Fine.
Oh, how you doing that giveaway, huh?
Yep, and we're almost forgot to do that. But you get to, if you win, you get to pick the Fine microphone that you want, and they will send it to you straight from the factory to your doorstep.
It's funny. The K688 was like on sale, and then it went back up, and now it's back down on sale again. It looks.
I know. I almost bought the pink one for my wife yesterday because I
It's
got her
down
the
to
pink
like
pop filter.
$59, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm teetering back and forth whether or not to get it because I have
What,
the black
pink
one. Yeah, the pink one, just for her to get her. Like I'm trying to motivate her into being in front of the camera more. She's like, I don't know, I can get you a pink microphone. Well, maybe. So I ordered the pink
Paul's mic
WS2
sounds
pop
pretty good.
filter. Yeah, I love it. The K688. I'm telling you, my video that I made over a year ago was you don't need the SM7B for this, and everybody's like, "Oh, there's no way it's better." I said, "I'm not saying it's better. I'm saying
No, it just sounds good.
for $70, you get a sound that will take away your desire to get an SM7B."
Right. This thing sounds. If you had to blindfold me and let me hear it, it would be really hard for me to pick out which one is which.
Yeah, what makes the F77B special is it's a problem solver. It eliminates noise. It knocks noise down like crazy. You can scream into it. You can handle it. Like you can't handle the K688 without hearing it, but the SM7B, you could grab it, move it around. Like you watch the Joe Rogan
do that.
show.
That's all.
Yeah. Don't put it on a boom arm. Don't touch it, and you're golden. Like there's no need to get an SM7B unless you're in a loud room and you like to touch your mic all the time. That's it. Is that worth paying an extra $330 for that?
No.
No.
Not for
Absolutely
most of us. Not for most of us. I'm speaking for the majority of YouTubers. The SM7B is overkill for live streaming.
Yeah.
It is.
Chris says, get the pink one.
I know. I should and surprise her with it. Be nice.
You should get it and use it on a video first, and then give it to her.
All right. I think I have everybody in here now. We can do our drawing and then we're gonna shut her down. I'm out of gas.
Yeah, I am there with you.
Yeah. I think we got it. Oh no, Colby was in here too. I didn't add Colby to it. All right. Let's write Colby's name. Get him in here.
Who's your guy at Fine? Is it Lucas?
Zaire.
Okay.
It used to be Eva, and then I guess she left, and then Zaire replaced it. And Zaire's awesome, dude. It's great. Answers all my questions. You know, I could sit here and like I can give all my pros and cons, and you know, I could just like the AM8. Absolutely love. To me, the AM8 is the best sounding fine microphone. Just audio quality alone. Set it and forget it. But I won't use it because the body is so cheaply made, and the tension screws on the side are so weak that if you have it on a boom arm and you move it, just moving your boom arm around, it gets loose and it starts dropping. Like it's a lot
Sounds
of
good, but
yeah.
it's
So all the cons that come with it make me not want to even deal with the best audio quality. I'll take a step down to this K688, the K6X9D, because the drop off is not that much, but the other stuff is so much better. Okay, like my audio drops like that much, but yet build quality goes up through the roof. K688, just the style, the look of it, the handle, like the noise rejection, all just boom, just takes off. So it's yeah, and they love it. Like they're not upset if I say that, and I love that. Like I can be 100% honest about
right.
pros and cons, and they're amazing to work with. And they actually say, please tell us what you don't like about it. Please put that in the videos, because again, what was our complaints a year ago? K688 is a great microphone, but the capsule's too close to the end, so the plosives are terrible,
Closest were
and
bad.
the
Yep.
pop filter is way too thin at the end. A year later, they fixed it, and they didn't even announce it. They just fixed it without telling anybody why. Because their response was, "Isn't that what we're supposed to do?"
Yeah.
If it comes off the line and and some people they really love the mic, but they're not getting it because of some things, shouldn't we fix those things and re-release it? I mean, hello. I love that
Yeah.
a cheap company's doing that. That's road level stuff. That's shore level stuff. That kind of, they're not just going to release a new microphone for a new microphone money grab. They're not just going to release it in new colors for a money grab. They're like, hey, we're going to do some new colors, but let's just not roll out the new color. Let's fix what's wrong with it and then release it in new colors. I love that. So yeah,
Yeah. Speaking of colors, where is it at? Chris, did you see the white one that he's got? The
white
688.
K688. I have it in my other studio.
He got the white pop filter. It
There's a
looks
white pop filter now?
Yeah. It is amazing looking. The
I haven't
whole
seen
thing's
the white
white.
one on Amazon. I know the Reporter store that Tom Buck uses. They have the white one, but I
Man,
put one
that
in my
place is
shopping cart.
expensive because of shipping.
Yes, that's what I did. I had one in my cart, the white one and a purple one. And it was like, all right, with taxes, it was this. But then once you put the shipping in, it was like $38 per pop filter with the shipping. I'm like, I can't do it. Can't do it. I took it right back out. Like, I'll wait. I don't know what I'm waiting on. I'm just waiting for Amazon or somebody to release something close to that. But yeah, and then Tom has like 50 colors. And I'm like, man, $40 a pop.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yikes.
The white one has to be on the Reporter store because it's not on the.
I think that might be where he got it. I don't remember.
Yeah.
He'll tell us in the comments here soon.
Yeah.
Know Your Joe's. Which Fine mic do you believe is the one?
For me, it's the K669D because of the price you pay. For $37, it's just pound for pound, the best.
The what? The
pound for pound, the best, just because of the build quality that comes with it. If the K688 had the build quality of the K669D, the K688 would run away.
So what
If
you're
the
trying to say
AM8
is
had,
you want a K688 inside of the body of the Tank
yes.
3.
Yeah, or the AM8, like that audio quality, noise rejection, off-axis rejection on that one is great, but the build quality is so poorly done. Yeah,
they need to come out with a metal version of that AM8.
Yeah, because that's another one of those mics, like the K688, where it's an SM7B alternative, but the cons on it are too big for me to want to deal with it.
Sound wise, they hit that one out of the park. It was like
out of the box. Like you don't have to EQ that microphone at all.
Nothing. Did
But
you
the
ever use
AM8?
one of those, Paul? The AM8? No, it sounds really
But
good. It's real
Tom
rich.
Buck ended up reviewing it.
I saw that Tom Buck did review it. Yeah.
Yeah. Bronson from Audio Hotline ended up reviewing it, and they all said the same thing. Like audio is amazing, but the build quality is what makes it hard to use. The handling noise and how finicky it is on a boom arm. Like the tension bar. Again, it's high maintenance.
I mean, I would just say make this one the K688 and make it metal.
Oh, if
Me
they
too.
did that,
Me too. Yep.
I'd sell my kidney. What do I got to do?
I'd pay. What is it selling for? Like 50 or 60 to $70.
It's $50 right now.
I'd
It's
pay
a steal.
130 for it if it was metal.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's the Miyano PD, the Mono. Like, see, I'm doing it again. The Mono PD 400X is a 140 on average. It's either $149 to $120 on sale, but it's an all metal, heavy duty road style build, XLR USB combo.
The 400, yeah.
Fine doesn't have anything on that level yet. Where if they made the K688 or the AM8 with a solid body like the Tank 3 or the K669D and sold it for $149, I would buy it in a heartbeat. Absolutely. I'm just a my thing is if the AM8 or the K688 wouldn't be an issue if you take care of your stuff. But I'm a klutz, like because of my hand, the fibers and the nerves in my hand, I can't feel things. I can feel pressure, but I can't feel pain. So when I take my mics on and off my stand, 1 out of every 3 times I do that, I drop the mic. I just drop it. So it's like for me, build quality matters more than it would most people. Just because I know that I'm gonna submit it to some punishment.
Right.
So that's my only thing. But the K688, I've dropped it so many times, it's not even a crack. So, yeah, it's a plastic build, but that's where I separate it from the AM8 again. The AM8 to me would crack. K688, even though it's plastic, it's a tough, durable plastic. It's lightweight, which helps because it's so light, you could put it on the cheapest boom arms that they possibly make, and you're still golden. It'll handle it just fine. In fact, the only problem I ever had with the K688 is I used to have a heavy-duty boom arm for the Rode Pod mic, and every time I put the K688 on it, it would constantly
go back up because it wasn't heavy enough.
It would never go down. It would constantly rise up, and I'd have to hold on to it to keep it from taking off on me. It was so.
Don't you have yours on a suspension mount? Like you took the mount off of it and put it on a different one?
Yeah, the K688. Yeah.
Yeah.
What did I do with it? Yeah. One of these guys.
Why'd you do that? I'm curious.
I just like the look of it better. To me, the shock mount that it comes with reminded me of like a spaceship in a movie. You know,
I don't think it looks that great. I also don't like the way that one looks, though. I feel like it looks like a condenser, clip. Yeah. I much rather just have the design of like, even the design of the Tank 3 looks better than But I would like minimal full on just completely rip off the SM7B. Yeah. Just do it.
Put it on a yoke like the Tank 3, half yoke on the side. Oh, it'd be golden. Because I love the look. I love how it's that SM7B feel to it at a cheaper price. Embrace that. Like, go with the yoke. Don't get rid of the shock mounts altogether. And I would be in love with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I when they sent me the Tank 3, I honestly thought it was just gonna be like this microphone in a different body. I'm like, well, that sounds cool.
Yeah,
but I haven't tried it out yet, obviously. But
the WS14 pop filter. This is the Tank 3. I love that look.
I love that look. I cannot wait. Mine gets my green one gets here on Tuesday, I think. So.
Oh, you're gonna have a green one? Yeah, there you go.
That's the only one I know. I reached my contact at Sweetwater. I was like, all right, what flavors? And that's what I said. What flavors do you have in stock? He's like,
B&H had mine. They didn't have the black one. I didn't look. I was trying to find it, but I didn't even think to look at Sweetwater.
Yeah, Sweetwater. So I ordered the white one and the pink one the purple one and the orange one from them, and then they told me the pink one was the only one they had left in stock. I was like, send me one. So that's on the way. I paid for them. They're not sending it for me free. I was like,
all right,
yeah.
You're gonna get the candy though.
Yeah. And Chris, you're on the way. They sent me some candy, so I left the candy. I used the Sweetwater box, and I forgot to take the candy out. So, Chris, you're getting the Tank 3, and you're getting my Sweetwater candy too.
What'd you pick?
I took the Sweetwater box that I got. I forgot what it was that they sent me the pop filter in. It was a bigger box. And I'm like, oh, Tank 3 will fit in this.
What was the candy?
So I was just putting stuff back in it to fill the sides, and apparently my candy was in like the paper stuffing that they had in there, and
They
I
usually
had
have
it all
like
taped
Jolly
up.
Ranchers and stuff like that.
Yeah, they had
Yeah.
Bitto honeys in there, something else.
Oh,
But yeah,
you sent those away? You didn't even get to try them?
I stuffed everything in there, and when I got done, I went to grab the candy, and put it in my pocket, and I'm looking around my desk, and I'm like, where'd it go? And I'm like, I wrapped it right back in the box. Well, Chris, there you go. You're getting my candy, bro. So there you go. And you're
That's
getting
cool.
the sticker too. The Sweetwater sticker they send you. Like I was holding on to that one. I think that's in the box too. I sent you everything.
What are you guys using for audio interfaces?
I'm using the Rodecaster Duo today.
Oh, you are.
I'm using the Vocaster 2. I'm simple. I don't have like all the big fancy stuff, so
Well, yeah. I got lucky with the Rodecaster. I found it. I think I found the Duo on Facebook Marketplace for like $300, 330 bucks or something like that.
Wow.
So
That
I
is
saw that and
cheap,
and it was the guy had the box and everything that came with it. I just snagged it.
Wow. I
And,
sold my PodTrack P8 painfully. Like it sells brand new for $500. I sold it for like $300 and then used that to buy the Duo. And I wish I'd kept my PodTrack P8, honestly. But
Yeah,
have-
my friend, the guy I used to do the live stream with, Ken. I before that I just had the regular regular Rodecaster. He gave it to me. He was like, "Here, take this. I don't want it anymore." And now I think he uses the Duo too. But
that'd be great.
I was like, okay, so I sold it. When I saw that deal on Craigslist, I bought the Duo and sold his, and I just pretty much I forked out a few hundred. Like I think I forked out like I don't know, $50 or $100 or something like that. A difference. It was like not that bad. I'm like, okay.
yeah, I'm actually looking
I
for a
love this
used.
little Duo. It's so good.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I love it. And what I mean by I wish I still kept the PodTrack P8, not in place of the Duo. I still want this. I just wish I
Right.
kept that separate because now I'm doing a 4-person podcast for Coffee at the Cross. And I'm like, I sold my 4 XLR inputs. I gave up on people near me that wanted to be on a podcast that were willing to put in some work, you know.
But you could have done 4-person on the Duo. Just
I can do 3. You can do the 2 XLR, and then I have the Rode PodMic USB. You plug it into the headphone jack in the front, and you can use it that way. So I think 3 is the max that you can get out of the Duo.
oh, you can't do two USBs. You can only do one. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you can use the 3-channel out of it. So I've done that. I've used the Rode PodMic USB and the Chat 2 USB and put in the back. And used
the
it
only
there.
other way around that is if you were to get one of their Rode microphones.
Yeah.
One of their wireless ones and link it in there, and you can
Yes.
use that as a podcast mic.
Yeah, you
Oh,
could use the
yeah.
Rode Wireless Go 2 with the 2 transmitters. Then you could get 4 people in there. Yeah, but the only Rode one I have is the first gen, the Rode Wireless Go single, and that won't even pop up. I have to get the second gen.
I don't like the square microphone. I mean, theirs are still big and bulky. I'm surprised once they came out of the Pro they didn't like shrink it down. I mean,
And put the screen on the side.
DJI is like tiny.
Yeah.
They're selling like hotcakes, and I actually like the way the Rode sounds better than the DJI, but DJI just has so many other like convenient, features
Yeah.
and the magnets and how small they are, and
Yeah.
so
I
everybody
use-
always goes for the DJI. I personally think the Rode
Yes.
sounds better, but
Chris, yes. I'm just telling Chris, yes.
But what was his question for you?
I want him to send
Oh,
a picture
yeah.
of that.
The all white, yeah. Because I'm
And then
going
I
for that. I'm even buying.
is- it is cool.
I'm even buying a $70 USB microphone in white just for the white shock mount that comes with it. Because you can't find these in white anywhere. But there are 2 microphones that have an all white with one of these shock mounts in all white. The Mono
the-
AU404 and the Pile USB mic. and it's all white. I don't want the mics at all, but it's the only way I can get a white one unless I just go out and spray paint one of these.
Have you seen
which
the
I'm
US?
ready to
Have you
do.
seen the Universal Audio SD1?
Oh yeah, that's beautiful.
So that's also a great design. I like that design a lot.
Yes, it's the one that looks like the SM7B, right?
It's pretty much it's pretty much an
Yep.
SM7B.
It sounds great too. Sounds great too. Audio Bronson from Audio Hotline did a review on it. I love the sound of it.
Yeah, I mean it sounds great. I mean, if I was, the problem is it's just like you said, it's like you're spending all that money on a microphone. I mean, I can't see spending after using this one, I just can't see spending a ton of money on any microphones.
Right.
What's the point?
It's the point of
Oh,
diminishing returns for many because, like I said, for us, we're putting on a boom arm, we're not touching it. So you're paying more for features to solve problems that you don't have.
Right.
I don't handle my microphone. I don't grab it and move it around, and I don't scream. This SM7B is great for screamers if like to sing and shout and scream into it. And
But if that's the case too, Fine-Fi should listen to this, right? And make it
yeah, and they do it,
and they could
that's
sell
what I
it
love
for
about it.
150 and still be like under the competition
Yeah.
like crazy.
That's what I love about that company is like they're listening to us as we talk and what we love about it and don't love about it. And they're not just saying like other companies that make something and leave you high and dry, like the Zoom PodTrack P8 audio interface. They made it, they sold it as an audio interface. They didn't do any firmware updates. Thank you for your money. Now go have a nice life. If Fine makes something, here's your feedback. And like Rode, they do the updates and they fix things and they try to come out with a newer version that fixes the old problems. The Rode PodMic USB solved problems that the original Rode PodMic had. I don't like that you got to pay twice the price for that.
Right.
Fine, you're paying the same price. They didn't up the price for the upgrades.
No, it's the same.
It's exact same. In fact, they're going on sale. So technically, when I bought my all white one or the white one, I paid $50 for that one. I paid they sent me the one for free, but that was $70. And I bought one after that for $70 and I ended up giving it to somebody. But so technically, yeah, I've paid $20 less for the upgraded one, brand new. That's what I love about it. So great stuff.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's do our drawing.
Do it.
Do it to it.
Do we have any more any newbies since I last put this last
Moon Bear
one
just
in?
says he loves the green. The green's awesome. I
Moon
love it.
Bear.
Yes. When I see that, I just think Luke Skywalker.
Did
Makes
you
me
get
wanna
Moon
watch
Bear in there?
Oh,
No, Moon Bear. All right, thank you, Moon Bear. We got to enter you in here.
just don't watch The Last Jedi.
Oh. See, I used to love watching the prequels just because the fighting, the lightsaber
broken-
battles were better,
The
because
broken
they were more
brain?
skilled. But the script was horrible. But someone told me a couple weeks ago, dude, you got to rewatch the prequels. But instead of looking at it as Anakin's origin story, watch it as if it's the Palpatine origin story.
Right.
And watch everything as if, appreciate it and think of, okay, everything you're watching, Palpatine orchestrated that. They're in the room together because Palpatine wanted them to be together. The only reason they're having this conversation is because he wanted them together. It's like when you start like, dude, this guy was like,
Well, there was so many
insanely-
deleted sscenes too, where he was manipulating Anakin,
yeah,
like saying, pretty much getting him to hate Obi-Wan, like putting in his mind that that
Yeah.
Obi-Wan is possibly cheating with Padme. And that was kind of the angle that they're kind of trying to go at to get him to hate Obi-Wan. That's why there's like one scene where he's like, he told Padme, Obi-Wan's been here, hasn't he? Because
Yeah.
they cut the scene out before that where Palpatine was telling him, more
Right.
detail about that. So
and that's another
There's
thing.
your-
Like for the people who were upset about like Anakin was just too whiny. Like I know they were trying to make him emotionally immature, but when you look at it from Palpatine's eyes, it's like, of course, look, a guy that powerful and that kid like naive and headstrong and pride, like all of a sudden now it makes sense that he was. Now it makes sense that how easy it was for Palpatine to get him. Like he had to be that whiny. He had to be that childlike. And oh yeah, look at that. That's yeah.
Yeah.
He like he.
He's
Look at
like,
that.
It looks good, right?
Oh, let's.
Yeah, make it bigger.
That looks like the original. Are you sure? Did it come with that pop? That
No,
pop-
that's
no.
Reporter Store. That's Reporter Store.
Porter store.
Oh, okay.
Because Reporter Store, their pop filters aren't tapered towards the end. Theirs is like linear, symmetrical all the way to the end, which I think they would be better as a pop filter for the K688, or I mean the K669D, because if you try to put an SM7B pop filter on the K69D, because it's tapered, it looks weird at the end. Like it doesn't fit. I bet you, and if you bought that, it wouldn't have that tapered look, so it wouldn't look weird. It would fit on there fine. All right, we have Mr. Isaacs.
It would fit on there. Fine.
Fine. Yes.
Mr.
Good catch.
Isaacs. All right, so I got
had to pull
Mr.
a
Isaacs in
number.
here. Anybody else?
Yeah.
All right, I think that's my cat's in my way. She's trying to get.
I got to talk to Tom at NAB this year, and just a
Is it-
super down to earth guy. Gosh,
I love him, man.
both him and Mark Bennett.
Oh yeah, love those guys, man. They help me out so much, and I have no relationship with Tom. It's not we don't text each other. Like I have a personal relationship with Bark and Bronson. Like we talk all the time during the week about random stuff.
And it's funny. I saw Bronson walking around, and I thought to myself, that guy looks familiar. I know he's a YouTuber, but what does he do? And then I was like, oh, audio hotline. I just didn't put two and two.
Yeah.
together.
And he connected with Tom Buck at NAB, them hanging out. I gotta go. I just can't afford it. I gotta find someone again who's willing to buy my kidney to go.
Well, the thing, it wasn't that expensive though, because the hotel rooms were cheap. So
Oh, that's right. You were the one who told me. I was like, they got to be like $200-300.
like
And you
my
mentioned in the chat.
Now I got lucky because my friend, his channel's bigger. He makes more money in affiliates. He was like, you can just stay with me because it's the same price for me to get another bed. I'm not going to charge you anything. I'm like, I'll just pay you. So I got him a little hard drive. He won a Ninja, and I just was like, yeah, I'll send him a hard drive at least as a thank you, for it. But because he was like, no, you don't need to pay me anything for the room. I'm like, whatever. Okay, so, but it was the most expensive part about the trip was paying Ubers to get around if you needed to leave anywhere. Like we stayed at the hotel. Had the tram access to the convention center, so we literally would just walk to the tram, get on the tram, and go. The tram pass, I think, was like $24 for the week through the NAB pass, and you just scan your badge as your NAB badge and get on the tram, and then you go over in the morning. And the NAB pass is free because you can all you need is the exhibit pass. Those are free. So really, all you have is a hotel and your airfare. So if you can get those two taken care, and the food pricing at Vegas is insane, but
Yeah. Oh, crackers and ramen noodles.
I just I just tried to go to as many of the after parties as I could, and let them pay for my food.
Yeah, there you go. All right, here we go. Lyle, you want to do this over here?
Yeah. Can the cat
Like literally sitting here staring at me. in
claw
front
in
of-
there and look? Yeah, he's like looking like he's ready to pull the
Yeah.
the name out.
Oh, name just went flying. Put that back in there. All right, you ready? You gonna do this?
It's coming close to it.
All right, no looky. All right, here we
People have
go.
to be here to get it.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please.
Do we have a drum roll?
Can you
What
see
you
that
got?
one?
Colby Duke. Is this?
Colby Dukes.
Yep.
I
Colby
forgot
Duke.
the Colby Dukes. He happens to live like down the road from me.
Oh, does he?
Yeah,
You
they
don't
can
have
send
to
it to me. I could
Lucky
drop it
you for
off.
shipping.
The fine's like, oh, well, where do you want to send it? Just send it to me. I'll just drop it off. Colby, you won. I don't even know if he wants a microphone.
Sure.
He doesn't live stream. He watches live streams, but he doesn't.
Well, make sure you find. Well, then it can be another week.
Yeah. So if Colby doesn't want it, Colby, if you're still in here, let me know if you want it. If you're not here, I'll ask you tomorrow. I'll text him. I'll see him at the church picnic tomorrow. And
You're not allowing them. They don't have to be here. Still, you're so nice.
yeah. So yep, you don't have to be here. I'll put it on the community tab tomorrow if he wants it or not. If he doesn't, then we will do another drawing next week live. And like I said, just come in, post something in the chat, and if you've got a bug out, don't worry. As long as we see you in there, we're gonna pull a name from people who were at one point in there. So
As long as they showed up.
and in fact, I'm gonna have to do a redrawing for the AM6 Fine Gamers mic because the person has not contacted me back
Wow.
at all. Like just crickets. I've sent 2 emails out and I got nothing back. And it's a gamer's mic. There's nothing special about it except that it looks cool.
RGB.
Yeah, it's an RGB. It's freak show. It's a Death Star microphone. Just lights everywhere.
Yeah.
Black with lots of white and red lights everywhere. But
I like color. The lights.
Yeah. But audio wise, it doesn't move the needle. I said that in my review. I was like, I'm going to do a review, but I just want to let you guys know it's a gamer's mic. That's all I'm going to say. It's a good gamer's mic, but that's about it. Don't use it for podcasting.
Yeah.
It doesn't move the needle. They said do it anyway. Them and Mono. Mono was like, they're the other ones where I just completely, I opened up their audio interface and it was the cheap sound card with the reverb in my eardrums. And I kept trying to talk and doing the review, and the reverb was so bad in my ear. The latency was so bad that it was messing me up and making me sound like I was autistic. And I'm not trying to take a shot at anybody who's autistic. I'm just saying I'm not, and I sounded like I was. You're slowing down with it.
How is the Mono stuff? I saw their booth at NAB, but I didn't really.
Microphones are great.
They sound
24-bit
great.
audio, but their audio interfaces, they have great.
Yeah.
For the viewer, whatever you're doing, it's going to sound great. But for you, the minute you put your headphones in, it is a delay in your headphones, which completely ruins you.
Hard to talk now.
Yeah. And I threw my Rode headphones. I got so mad and frustrated because it was like take 30 because I just felt it was making my head hurt trying to talk with that reverb in there. So I ended up taking my headphones off to do the review. And then that queued something up. Like there are people out there that were just, okay, or Mono sent me this, so I'm going to just give it a glowing review. The ones who love it are the ones who don't wear a headphone during the review. Oh, this is a great one. This sounds great. And the whole time they're like this, oh, look at you could do this for the reverb. Here's the voice changer. I'm like, you're not even listening to what you're doing. But it's a great audio interface. And I'm like, where's your headphones? Where's your headphones?
See, I see a lot of my reviews that I do. I listen to them after the fact because during the review, I don't like saying my opinion on the video. I want to showcase what it is, so you guys can decide of whether you like it or not.
Yeah.
I don't like saying I think this thing sounds awesome. But
I do both. Like my first reaction, but I want to go back and listen to it because you're not getting you're not truly hearing the audio quality of the microphone because you're still hearing your voice in the room over top of it.
right.
So it's not 100% accurate. So, okay, first impressions is how I feel when I'm talking into it. But I'm going to go back, listen to it, and come back with my final thoughts. And my opinion of it will change because all of a sudden it just sounds more rich, deeper, because it's not that, I don't know.
I'm bringing in another.
Yeah, my
here.
voice in the room will affect my experience on it. Oh, okay. All right. Is that the stage right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one we were talking about.
That's gorgeous.
That's pretty. Can you make it bigger?
Yeah.
Tom Buck would love that one.
Yeah.
It's cool.
My first podcast, our logo was a microphone like that.
That was Chris sent
Mic'd
those.
up with Mike and Micah. It lasted one show before the guy quit on me.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Fine doesn't do a 24-bit audio in these things.
They don't have a single microphone that's 24-bit. Now, Bronson did ask him.
They were going to?
Yeah, either Bronson or Dave Siltura asked them.
Dave.
I can't remember. Dave did. Are you ever going to come out with 24-bit? And they said they're working on it right now. So Mono better get their act together. Like they're doing 24-bit, but they're I don't know. Like their recent released microphone is nothing but an RGB show. It's the craziest RGB microphone. It's like someone who had too much money and all they had to select from was RGB features. The whole thing, it looks like a lantern that you would hold in the middle of the night, like a firefly. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like 80% body is the entire body is RGB. The whole thing glows.
Yeah.
I mean, way too much. But anyways, yeah. If Fine goes 24-bit and Mono doesn't step it up, they're gonna get left in the dust. And they're the two big ones, the budget ones.
Yes.
So-
The 400X, the PD 400X.
Yeah.
That thing sounds really good.
Oh, it's crystal clear. Crystal clear. It's crisp. It's a dynamic microphone that has the personality and profile of a condenser microphone.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And Mono's PM500 is a condenser microphone that acts like a dynamic microphone. Here's the Lewitt LCT 240 Pro, which used to be my favorite mic for years. And that's what it looks like here. Condenser microphone. Love this thing.
Tom Buck loves that microphone.
Yeah, me too. I've got this because of him. Like, my wife saw me gushing over it.
Microphone.
Yeah, Tom Buck was loving this thing, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that sounds amazing. And then I watched his live stream where he did the blind shootout. You couldn't see which one, and you had to vote for which one you liked better. And this microphone knocked out the SM7B, the Blue Sona, like all the $300 microphones. It won, and it went through all those $400 microphones. And this is a $99 microphone. Pop filter's like $25. This is just a cheap Walmart plastic one till I get the nice $40 one.
It looks like it works fine.
It works fine. It's just, it's plastic. It's not that metal look. But yeah, so that's $99, but that's a bright, and I love it. It's my top 3 for sure. And this is Mono's version of it. And this is a dark microphone.
Is
very,
it?
very rich, but it's a condenser microphone, so you could have a little more space. Let me try and plug it in real quick before we sign off here, just to show you what the difference. We'll start with the Lewitt real quick. We'll be quick here. Da-da-da-da.
You're on.
All right. All right. So this is the Lewitt LCT 240 Pro. I love. It's just crystal clear.
It sounds good. Yeah.
I love it. Just the right. I just add a little bit of low end when I'm in my processing. And then here's the PM500. And this is the PM500. See that drop, that broadcasty.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Isn't that one like relatively cheap?
It's $119 on sale.
Oh.
But the difference is this is $99, but you get just the mic at $99. You have to spend more money on this. Again, $25 for the pop filter. When you pay $119 for this, you get I'm speaking to the wrong mic. You get the shock mount, you get the pop filter, you get a stand, you get an XLR cable, so you get everything for $119 to $140. And I just love this microphone for just talking. It's like that Barry White sound for my voice. I don't have this voice.
Let's get it on.
Yeah, my real voice is screeching, annoying, and like when I talk to this one, it's like, hey, I like that. So
Hello.
yeah, I love this one. All right, that's all I got. I'm out. I'm tired.
All right.
Yeah. We are definitely running out of steam.
It's getting so late. I can't remember which microphone's muted and unmuted. All right, Paul, thank you so much for coming on, man. I said, hey, come on for an hour, and you stuck it out for the 3 hours, man. Machine, I love it. Thank you.
I got no wife tonight.
machine.
I got nobody to do this waiting for me.
The machine. Yeah. That's
So,
me. Friday night and Saturday night is no holds bar because I got no, you know what I mean?
My wife is toast by the end of the week, because she manages like 3 doctors' offices. So they they stress her out to no end, being doctors' offices and the way the world is today and insurance and everybody. So Friday, she just wants to come home and go to sleep. So I'm like, I feel guilty. It's Friday night. And I'm on, no, you're good. You're good. And then she's sleeping. That's why.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's
She gets
why
to
you're
go to
good.
bed and not feel guilty.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's why you're good.
Thanks again, Paul. I appreciate it, man.
So
Love to have you on again.
yeah.
Yeah.
So next week we didn't even hit our topics, so
Yeah,
those will be next week.
we didn't
So
even touch the top one.
We've already got topics for next week. So
We
no,
were
the
talking,
the very first one.
and it had to do with you, Paul. It's like, oh, this is perfect, man. I talked to you. I had the talking point, and then I watched your video. I'm like, oh man, Paul's like going right on it. But the important, like, someone made a comment on one of my videos, and they weren't being negative about it. It was a really good,
No, it's a good
objective
comment.
conversation. This person was saying that live streams are pointless and a waste of people's time. Because you can't make money. I'm like, my point of view was, I don't do live streams to make money to get subs. It's, hey, you've subbed, you watch my videos, let me pour back in and connect with you.
on a different
People
level.
that stay for the live streams are the people who are really dedicated, and those are the ones I
Yeah.
really care about.
Yep.
They're gonna watch every single video. They're gonna do everything.
Yeah.
This is time for them to ask questions and get to know
Yes.
us better. That's really,
Yep.
I mean,
And that's what I told them, and we'll get into that next week.
Yeah.
So
Next
that was
week's
my
topic.
thing. Is like, I don't even do the live stream for me. I do the live stream for the people who subscribe to the channel that want to get to know you, ask questions. Because in the video, it's a one-way thing. I'm giving you information, but what if you have a question, you put it in the chat? Which one do you think sounds better? Well, on a live stream, I pull out the microphones and
right.
I'll give you a quick demo. You decide. That's how Clay ended up with the toner. We pulled the toner out. I hated the toner. I didn't hate it. Was not high on it. But I pulled it back out and used it in the Rodecaster Duo. And on the Rodecaster Duo, it has a completely different sound that I like.
Yeah.
I never got there or
He was
discovered
like,
that
I'm gonna
without the
send you
live
the
stream.
toner. I want to hear it on your voice. And then he did something different and he liked it. And I said, I'm just gonna buy one because now you got me curious.
But
That's
that
funny
happened
because
through the
Toner
live stream.
reached out to me and I never responded to him, or I just was like,
Yeah. I'm getting that way with them for some of the stuff. The last couple of ones I haven't responded real quick. Some of them I said no to, but the Toner TD 510, that microphone was like, I wasn't excited about it. Not really interested. I'm not really getting, I'm not really feeling anything in the bones when you do that. And then the last one, the TD 310, they had sent me an email like you, didn't respond to it. Then I saw Bark. And Bark said he had it. I'm like, yeah, they just sent me an email. Is it even worth responding? And he's like, no. And then he pulled it out of the box and did the review. And he's like, I'm sorry. It's kind of cool. I'm like, all right. So I go back. I was like, I know I said no, but go ahead. And it was only after during his review, he was talking into it. But when he rotated it to the left, the dBs just dropped. I was like, I've never seen a USB microphone under $40 that was good at noise rejection. Like, they're all just like echo chambers, super high gain built into it, captures everything in the room. And that thing was just good at like knocking down noises in the room. I was like, wow, okay. So I went back and reviewed it. But yeah, like Toner's just one of those ones where it's, I don't know. But it hit me right the second time. The Toner TD 510 and so you've got the Rodecaster Duo, Paul. So like, it'll sound. I like the way it sounds on the Rodecaster Duo because you got the presets, you got the profiles, you can tinker with it and get the sound, which again, for the people who have one of these that don't have any EQ skills, these are pre-baked, preset buttons you can push to change the sound. Yeah. Now I can see getting a Toner TD 510 because there's a sound in there I like and I don't have to do any work. It's pop, pop. Hey,
Just
pop,
do
pop.
it.
I'll give you some more low bottom. Thank you. A big bottom, whatever.
Yeah, the big bottom booster.
Yeah.
But yeah, to me, the TD 510 it's got plenty of bottom. It just it's like talking through a stuffed pillow, but you can get in there and get in the neutral
Stuffed pillow.
Yeah, but you can get it in the Rodecaster Duo. You can get that brightness out of it, and it sounded good. So, anyways, yeah, next week we're going to talk about live streaming, the benefits of it, because some people feel like it's a waste of time, and there are some of us, including all three of us in this room on the screen right now, that argue the opposite.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, depending on what your outcome is, what you're looking for.
Yeah. If you're doing it to get subs, probably not. I mean, unless you're like what Paul did though on his I would sub watching his live streams. Mine, these are like just 4-hour Joe Rogan cast of just hanging out.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten maybe a total of 5 new subs from the 8 podcasts, but they're all people that have already subscribed, and now we get to connect and get to know each other.
Yep.
And it benefits me because now when you guys are commenting in these reviews, I know you.
Right.
And so it's a different conversation in the chat. Like, you know, when they ask a question, oh man, I really would like to hear how it sounds on that one. I'm like, well, all right, Chris, man, you're a trooper for you watch a 4-hour podcast. The least I can do is go try this out real quick and get back to you.
Yep.
So yeah. We're
Sounds
getting
good.
into next week's podcast.
I know we are.
3 hours and 49 minutes. We're still
And you
going.
win free stuff. I mean, come on.
Yeah, you get to win free
Right.
stuff. Fine is just making this awesome. So
Are they doing this every week?
it was their idea when I did the one video and said I was going to launch a podcast for members only. They said we would love to do a giveaway for your members. But then Bronson reached out and said that YouTube will not allow you to do members only giveaways. It has to be for everybody. So that first month what I did was if you were a member, you got a entry for not only watching the podcast, but then you would get additional entries for every dollar that you were like if you paid $1.99, you got 2 extra entries. $4.99, you got 5 extra entries. So that's how I differentiated here. But now it's like I told them, I said, I'm not doing members only, but it's a podcast. If you watch, do the giveaway. And they're still fine with it. And it was indefinite. They said there's no time limit. We'll let you know.
What
So,
do you do for your
that's really-
membership?
huh?
What's the benefit of being a member of your channel?
So the original thing was I did members only videos. So like if I was tinkering with something, like the pop filters and stuff was what I was doing for members only. Certain microphone reviews or comparisons. Like the one members only video I have is the Tank 3 versus the Rode PodMic USB. And my take was, does the Rode PodMic USB live up to the Tank 90? Because that's a $90 microphone. I'm paying $200 for that. Am I feeling like, okay, here I feel like I'm getting my money's worth. That is a better microphone, but for $200, am I feeling like I got a bargain, or I feel like I'm overpaying? So it's my experience at the transaction point. So anyways, I do videos like that, and I need to do more of them. The other thing was the podcast eventually will be members only podcast. But I didn't feel right jumping out and saying, hey, this is a members only podcast. I want people to get an experience. This is what the podcast is. And if you want to be, after like a couple months, we'll switch into members only. But then Clay jumps in, right? I find Clay, good co-host. We're jamming. So I don't want to do members only because he's in here and he's not member. He's a member, but he has people on his channel that are watching that aren't members to my channel. So that put the kibosh on that one. So all my members only features are like going down the drain. So
Because I want to do membership on my channel, but it's like I don't want to do it and not provide some sort of a value to it, and so I feel like I can't do it. So I just haven't done it. I was just curious.
But Bark had a great idea, and I was like, it was something I thought about, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. But then he mentioned it. I'm like, yeah, okay, must be a good idea because you thought of it too. Doing a live stream first reaction, like this one right here.
Oh,
This is
so
next in my
you
thing.
get it. You unbox it. You can take an immediate reaction.
You're going to see my first reactions. I'm going to unbox it with you guys. I'm going to plug it in. You're going to see me. Like the first time I did a Mayano interface, there's no footage. Like there is footage, but you never seen me throwing my headphones. You didn't see me struggling to get through talking it. It was just, hey, spoiler alert, the headphone monitoring is terrible on this thing. If that doesn't bother you, now you can watch. I said, I feel bad making you go all the way to the end and dropping that bomb on you at the end. So I'm going to just tell you now, monitoring's awful, but if you like the other, if you don't use headphones, let's have some fun for the rest of this review. But for members only, now I'm going to start doing a live stream for new stuff where I'm going to record it, do it live, and then everybody else will get the edited version. But members only can sit down with me and go through it, and they could even ask questions.
And
Yeah, all right. And that would be something I would give them, like, oh, well, what does the SM7B sound like on this interface? Okay, well, I'll plug it in real quick. So it'd be like a 1 hour live stream of the unboxing. And if they have any questions, I can check it out and answer it right then and there. So that's going to be the big one for members only. And then every now and then I'm going to start doing videos where I just tinker with, like the K688 was supposed to be a members only video where I tinkered it out, pimped it out. That was a members only video, but I was like, I can't do it. Like, I just feel like I feel bad charging people for stuff. That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
So it's really falling back to, it's going to be the live stream option where you get to watch live and enjoy it, kind of sit through it with it and unbox it
like
together. And then the other one is you just, you're supporting the channel. It's just a cup of coffee. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I got. I wish I could do something more
yeah.
fancy, but I just can't get myself to charge for the other stuff because to me, it's like between Netflix and streaming channels and this and that, like everybody charges you for something. You got to have like 5 different subscriptions to watch TV.
And as much as that's true, I support people just because I want to support. I want to contribute. I don't need nothing special in return.
Yeah.
So there's probably not everybody's like me, but there's not just me. Other people are going to be like that as well.
So that's why I'm terrible salesman. Like if you look at my tiers, $1.99, you get this and this and this. The second tier, you get exactly what the $1.99 is, but thank you if you want to give more. $9.99. You're getting the same thing as $1.99, but you just want to pay more. And I think one of them on there, it was a joke, but it's on there. I think it's like 99. They allow you to do a members only for 99. And the first thing I said, you're insane if you pay for that, if you sign up for this. But thank you if you're that crazy.
$99.
And it's a joke. It's like I want people to see, like, you could go up to $99, but just so you know, I'm such a cheapskate and a terrible businessman that you can have whatever you want for $1.99. And the only thing you get different is nothing. It's just how much you want to support the channel. It's up to you. I'm not going to force you to pay more to get more. It's just what your heart's telling you if you want to pour into the channel. That's it.
Yeah. Just supporting them.
Yeah.
You get thank you, and then you get thank you very much. Then you get, oh my gosh, thank you very much.
And I will do a members only live stream. I will do that. Like this one's turned into something else. It evolved into something else. But I'm going to do like Tom Buck, where he just, this week we were both watching. I think you were on there too, Tuesday. He just 9 o'clock in the morning went live, and it was members only. I'll do stuff like that too, where I'm just going to randomly pop in and do a live stream where only members can watch. So that's it.
Chris, there's one of your.
I did, yeah. I love mowing lawns. I cut
your lawn.
I cut the whole street pretty much when I cut grass. No joke. I just keep going from one yard to the next to the next.
$4.99 a month. I'll mow your grass.
And I got upset. I really did. I had to ask for forgiveness for the Lord. I was getting frustrated because my neighbor put a pool in their backyard, and I was getting mad. And my wife's like, "Why are you mad? Why are you so upset?" I said,
"Because less grass.
That's my yard." Like they don't know it, but I can't cut grass. I can't cut their grass anymore because their pool is like in the middle of the yard, and I'm not like shooting a rock through that. I said, "That's inconsiderate. That's rude." Like do they know how much I like cutting their grass? Jerks, man, total jerks, right? The total jerk move.
Cut my grass.
So. So they were sitting there and like I cut the grass for the first time since they put their pool up. And my father-in-law lives right next door. Where everybody loves Raymond is my life. I'm Deborah. I'm Ray. No, I'm not Ray. Deborah. I'm Ray. My wife's Deborah. My wife's parents across the street are Frank and Marie. It's real life. So he just walked over in the front door. He's like, "I heard you cut the grass. What'd you do next door?" I said, "I moved the pool over." And put it back when I was done.
I moved the pool over.
I got so upset. I love to cut grass. So I go from one yard to the next, to the next, to the next.
Lawnmower.
So
man.
yeah, if you live in Laurel and you become a member, I'll come cut your grass.
What'd you say, Paul?
He could be my neighbor if he wants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll even give you your own personal gate. You can just walk right through, you know?
Yeah. Hey, I tell everybody, man, keep your yard clean. I'll just ride my lawnmower right into your yard, start cutting.
Yep. Just come right on from my yard into yours.
Yeah. I know. Rude. They're rude.
Rude.
But
That's
hey,
funny.
it's their loss. Now they got to cut their own grass. They have a push mower. I have a rider. I just ride until it's time to go somewhere.
Right.
So what I hear here is you could get more YouTube videos done if you stop mowing people's grasses.
I've even
Yeah.
done a YouTube review on my lawnmower. I did one, and Bart was
really?
laughing. Yeah, the Mono PD 200X. I loved it so much when it first came out because it was so different than anything else that had come out. Everything had that V shape EQ. The mids were completely scooped out, super bassy, super high in the same
You
microphone,
did
but
that on
nothing
your
in the middle.
lawnmower?
And the Mono PD 200X comes out, and it was mid heavy. I'm like, oh, different sound. Thank you. It's just something different. I was so excited about it, and I couldn't give it any cons. I was like, $70, you get a companion app to EQ it. Looks
Yeah.
great. Man, I gotta say something bad
It's a
about
good way
this,
to test
Mike.
the noise canceling feature on it.
So I was like, I went out on my lawnmower, and I had my father-in-law's next door on his porch, sitting outside watching me. I get on my lawnmower, and I got my iPad and I'm sitting there holding the iPad and the microphone with using the steering wheel with my knee, and I'm just like, the noise rejection on this thing when cutting your grass is absolutely awful. Meano, you know better.
It's awful when cutting the grass.
Do better.
They were like, shame on us. Oh my gosh.
Then Bart comes on and he says, man, I gotta say, it sounded pretty good on a lawnmower. Like, it was amazing how much your voice I could hear. I was like, come on, man. So
That's funny.
Yeah, I love my lawnmower so much. I'm like, how can I use this in a video? I was like, ha!
We crested the 4-hour mark.
Unbelievable. We even tried to get out at 3.5 hours.
Yes.
It can't be done. It can't be done.
Yeah, it was like 3 hours and 20 minutes. You were like, I'm beat. I'm done.
I am. I'm getting a
tired.
second wind here. I need to go to bed. I got to meet brother at the church for coffee again in 6 hours.
You got to stop.
What time is it up there?
It's East Coast, so it's 12.
Same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. East Coast.
Yeah, so I got to go to Dunkin' Donuts. You got to get up at 6 and go to Dunkin' Donuts for coffee. We call it Dunkin' Disciples because all the churches in this area, there's nowhere else to meet, so we all flood Dunkin' Donuts. And I walked in, and I walk in the front door because I know all these people from the different churches. Half of them have been in one. There's church hoppers everywhere, so you just walk in the door. Hey, Dunkin' Disciples, let's go.
That's funny.
Yeah, there we go. Any good chat to close out on here? Anything? Ride.
No, because when you said ride, I was like thinking of that song. I don't know the name of it. It's in Need for Speed Underground. Ride. You know that song?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know the song, man, but that's what I could hear in my head when you said that.
I like Dunkin' coffee. I like Krispy Kreme donuts better. But man, they're sugar pills. Now, one of those, I'm in a diabetic coma.
Call that icing.
Yeah.
But they're good hot off the thing.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I used to live in Detroit, like half a mile from a Krispy Kreme. It was the worst thing ever. Worst ever. You'd be loaded up. You walk in there, just get the one off because they'd hand you one fresh right off the thing when you walk in the door.
I'm just amazed. I'm amazed that I didn't get up and go pee in the middle of this live stream.
Same.
Ever since I lost weight, I've been going like every hour.
Oh, really?
Every Friday.
Headed there when we hang up, but
You're like, yeah, stop this thing like now.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah, it's
4 hours, 2 minutes. Paul, thank you so much.
Oh,
Thanks for hanging out. He's like, what?
Please don't forget to plug your channel, if you don't mind, while you're here.
At Paul Feinberg. And I do all kinds of camera gear reviews. Haven't really niched down into anything. Do microphones, do cameras, do it all. So they say I should niche down into something, but I'm a dummy, and I just keep doing everything.
The niche is reviews.
Reviews. There you go.
Yep. There it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Tutorials.
Good night, Kevin.
All right. Night, Kevin.
Anybody else?
Hope again, man. It was a pleasure making that video for you.
Yeah.
That was cool. Did you see that, Paul, real quick?
What?
Were you able to watch that? Kevin, his father had passed away, so he's struggling with something, and he's a big wrestling fan. And there's a pro wrestler that attends the church that I'm a pastor at. And he happens to be a guy that he really likes. So I happen to say, hey, Mark, man, this guy that watched my podcast, really big wrestling fan, you mind giving him some encouragement? He's, oh, absolutely. So he did a little encouragement thing. Were you able to see that before coming on?
No.
All right, well, we'll play it one more time for those guys who are just joining in. Kevin's still here. We'll close out. There you go.
Oops, sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, there you go. Make it bigger.
We're taking a look at the 38-year-old brother of Jay Briscoe, Mark Briscoe. Mark has been at the side, a blessing of Jay Briscoe since day one here in Ring of Honor. Too young to compete in the initial Ring of Honor event in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I had the privilege of traveling down the roads with Jay and Mark, sharing music, sharing stories about life, love, and family. When we reached the Chattahoochee River, we didn't see a river. We saw a river of light, love, hope, happiness, and peace. Here tonight, and longtime rivals, Jay Lethal go one-on-one. And we'll go to the voice of Ring of Honor right now, Bobby Cruz, for our official proceedings. Mark Briscoe! Like hot! Two! He did it! He did it!
Kevin, praying for you, brother. Love you, man. Keep your head up. You know your dad's in a better place. And that's the blessed assurance, brother. Hey, love you. Take care. And thank you so much for the support, man.
Reach for the
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh, I love that guy.
That's cool.
Yep. Body of Christ, man.
That's right.
Church family is what gets us through. It takes a village. It does.